coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light.
All right. Welcome back, all you beautiful peeps. Good to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Please make sure you're hitting that like button on the way in the door and sharing this out to all your friends, neighbors, your pets, whatever. Thank you for joining us, guys. We are on the last and final portion of the supplemental reports, part 6. We're going to break those down, read through those, and discuss them as we always do, and whatever else we get our little selves into, I guess. So I will be posting the link for anybody to join here as we do to discuss these things as we go through them. Please make sure, again, guys, that you're hitting that like button if you could, please. That really helps us a lot. And feel free to leave comments after. YouTube loves that. The interaction is a big deal for them. So please do that as well. And I will do my best to respond to all of them. Thank you all so much once again for being here. God bless, folks. And let's do this thing. Hey-ho, welcome back. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining me today. Again, I appreciate you all so very much. Let me make sure this is up and running. Welcome back to the cafe. We are open for business. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, guys. Let's have a discussion with me, if you will, please, and get through the rest of these crazy reports we've been reading. And I'm telling you, crazy is the word, folks. Crazy. It's wild. Absolutely wild. The stuff that we're seeing in these reports is just something. We knew there was issues, but some of this stuff just still blows my mind. That's all I can say. Truly does. All right. I think that's up and running. Okay. Again, thank you all for joining us. Let's see here. Show. It's like almost like we learn something new every day. Really wild. Come on in, guys. Looks like we got 19 peeps in the house so far. With 11 likes, please make sure to hit that button if you will. Let's see who we got. The Cat Lady's in the house. Welcome back, Cat Lady. Great to see you today. Michael Green, Chili Chicken. As always, great to see you. Meg P. Meg is in the house. Good to see you, Miss Meg. Michael 007, welcome, my friend. Always happy to see you. All the way from over the pond. And yes, you're a beautiful peep, Michael. Everybody in this community is. 360 Life, welcome to you. Jane Giori, good to see you today. LA Looks, welcome back. Of course, the positive Miss Paula Fitzhenry, great to see you as well. Pamela Smith, welcome. I'm sorry you didn't get a notification. I wish you would. Great to see you all, guys. Share this out. Ken Corbett, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, Meg, I think mine's like scrambled eggs. Truly, with all this stuff. That's why I'm grateful that this is the At least for now, the last round of these reports, because, and I'm sorry it took me so long to get to this part, folks, but like I said, with yesterday, it was busy until the evening, and I wanted to cover that other part that we talked about last night. And I knew we could get back to these. I'm sure everybody's been through most of them already anyway, but I still like to break it down and give our feelings on it as to what it could be. Let's see. Moonlit Baby, welcome again. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. I'm going to give it just a little bit of time to see how many more people we don't get before we get started, of course. Let me try something here. Yeah, they do. They make you angry. Very easily make you angry because there's so much misinformation and so many lies that have been told that we're finding out about. And it's just, it is very angering. All right, I think I got everybody's notifications out there. For the people I know don't get them. Brandy B in the house. Nina Kane, hello and welcome. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Show. Well, I still like to. Meg, I still like to. I know, I get told that all the time. Cat K, welcome. Good to see you. I did that last night, Meg. Yeah, when we were live last night, I went over the whole thing and read it. I thought you were in here. I don't know why. Maybe I was wrong. I must have been wrong. I'm sorry about that. Oh, big time Moonlit. We know that's not true. Beep, beep. Lucy's in the house. Hey, Miss Lucy. They're doing well, Michael. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, my friend. Very much so. I hope your vacation went well, or your business trip, I should say, and you're safely home. Oh, I get it, Meg. I did it. Believe it or not, yesterday during the day, I was busy doing a bunch of other stuff, and it was a nice bit of a break, to be honest with you. But I just want to get through these reports, and that way, going forward, anything we talk about with this case, we have those reports under our belt. We can refer back to those as well, and we know certain things that we didn't know before. You know what I mean? So, Miss, I love it. Beep beep. I love when Lucy comes in. Miss Heather, Miss Lucy, Heather, Lucy. It's great to have you here. Thank you guys to my blue crew that popped in. I appreciate you very much for being here. You going on another one to the seaside? That should be beautiful, Michael. The architecture and stuff I love over there too. So good. Be safe and enjoy yourself, my friend. Almost 3 years later, did you see that? I did not, Nina. I did not. This is the last thing I thought was going to happen. Cat's Meow, welcome. Good to see you. I think we're down to 36 days at this point, Cat's Meow. A little over a month. You are welcome, my friend. Always welcome. Listen, it's not even the addiction part of it. It's true, though, because I am as well. I'm addicted to finding out the truth, Meg. That's truly what I want. It's driving me insane. I think about this 24/7, about how this happens, how it could have happened, why this happens. I tell you what, you guys. I think you sent that to me. I was going to show that today, Meg. I appreciate that, by the way, too. That Ann Taylor put out a letter. Basically, I mean, in a nutshell, it says they're not going to be saying anything, but I will show it to you guys as well. Got me stumped. Welcome. Good to see you. Great to have you here. And I tell you what, I watched it against my better judgment. I watched the video this morning. There's Eddie. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. JLR put a video out with a gentleman by the name of Alex that used to be an inmate where Brian is. Betty Rose, welcome. Good to see you today. And I watched the whole thing. It was against my, because I don't really care for JLR and I don't really support him because of some of the stuff he's done. But I watched it, okay? And it was interesting. It was interesting. There was one point in that interview where I think JLR asked this guy about Moscow because the guy's from and lives in Moscow. He's there right now. And El Bariqua, welcome. Good to see you today. And that's what I use too, is Avast Cat Lady. Same one. And it works well. And the guy said that Moscow is connected. And then he started to go into it and said, "No, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to talk about it." Almost like he had a fear of talking about it. You know what I mean? And it's like, connected in what way? And they're connected. Just leave it at that. Okay. Well, that's kind of what a lot of us have been talking about for a while. Connected how? Okay. Connected who? With who? Connected why? You know, that kind of question is what pops into your head immediately when you hear something like that. And well, I don't doubt at all that they're connected to something. We wouldn't be doing this right now if they weren't. That's my opinion. That's kind of, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, he's very anti-Brian. I watched a video on the EWU channel. They said flashbang on the episode. I laughed out loud. This C-case has been maybe. You're fine, Lucy. I get it. It's made us all a little crazy at that point. Good to see you, Miss Sherry. Thank you for being here with us. Appreciate you all so very much. Let's see. Come on in. Wonderful to see you, Miss Paula. But what? Right. That's what I said, Bemmy. He wouldn't talk about it. He refused to talk about it. And he seemed nervous when it came up. And I was like, okay. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Yes. God bless and rest in peace. Wisdom speaks. We miss you so very much. Always in our hearts, forever with us. Never, 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 never forgotten. Ever. We miss Wisdom in a bad way. Welcome, Circus Music. Good to have you here today. Thank you so much already for the super chat. God bless. Much appreciated and very gracious. 49 peeps in the house. 20 likes. We're getting there, guys. Let's get them likes up there, please. That helps me get this into the algorithm and keep it flowing so you guys do get notifications. Who are our top fans today? Looks like Circus Music's number 1. Brandy B is number 2. The Cat Lady's number 3. Moonlit Baby's number 4. Eddie's number 5. Bemmy's number 6. Michael Green is number 7. Paula Fitzhenry 8. Meg is number 9. She's a megastar. Yes, she is. Cheryl Manzella number 10. Cat Lady's number 11. Nina is 12. Sherry is 13. Pamela 14. Bariqua 15. Michael 007 16. This goes way up. Jane is 17. Jen is 18. Got me stumped 19. Zap Ash 74 is 20. And I'll leave it at that. I didn't know this went that high. I don't even know why they do that, but just thought, just in case anybody wanted to know. I didn't either for the longest time, Eddie. And then it's I guess it's the people that interact the most. And the only reason I think that it threw Circus to the top is because she just gave a super chat, and I guess they base it on your interaction that way. I don't know. Jane Giori. The Dagburn's in the house. Good to see you, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble. Tracy, welcome back to you. I know. That's what it does sound like, doesn't it? Chat lady, I'm sorry, guys. Becky. Welcome back to you, Becky. Scully's in the house. What's up, brother? Wonderful to see you in here. I appreciate you so much. Very talented guy here. If we could drop Scully's link, guys, I really would like for you guys to support him in any way you can. Very talented gentleman, and he's just a great guy. Very nice person. And of course, we need to drop. Oh wait, she's not here yet. I thought I'd seen her. Nope, not. I guess my eyes are playing. My eyes are playing tricks on me. You are welcome, my brother. You know better. Wonder why when I come up there, I'm Cheryl in the chat. I don't know. That's weird. You must have it written on your tag, Cheryl. I didn't even know that was you, but now I do. I was wondering because it said in the chat over here that you were Cheryl, and I'm like, well, where's Cheryl at? But I know you've been up here, so. Lisa Winchester, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate that, dear. The second model of the past. Oh, yeah. Yep. Again, guys, please make sure to hit that like button. We're at 52 peeps with 32 likes. We're climbing. I appreciate it very much. And let me put this down here. Hoping Eddie will grab it and jump up here with me. Final portion of these reports finally there, bud, to get through and to discuss. And let me pin that link up there for you guys. Yes, good point there. Good point there, Meg. You need some Albus oil to clear your throat. Is that what is that, Michael? I'm writing it down. I'm always having to do that. Write it down there. I'll look it up, see if I can find some. Most of that is I had, when I was a firefighter, I had really bad, twice I had smoke inhalation. One time did a real big number on me. And as I get older, I have COPD because of that. And I'm still a smoker like an idiot. Okay. And it settles in here. And being in the air conditioning and Albus oil. Okay. I'll check that out, Michael. Thank you. It gets to where it, you know what I mean? So it might help if I stop smoking. That would be the smart thing, wouldn't it? Sorry, guys. I'm sure you guys get tired of hearing me do that too. $48 peeps. Pure honey. We do get that. We get it from Alabama. My wife's uncle raises thank you, Jen. And welcome, Jen. Good to see you. He raises honeybees and he makes pure honey. And we get it, jars of it all the time. So, well, that's good. I hope it's not too noticeable. It is very hard. I didn't have any problems not drinking. I stopped drinking one day and that was it. I never went back, but the smoking is killing me, folks. It is killing me. A few drops in hot water and breathe. Okay. I will definitely check that out for sure, Michael. I appreciate that, my friend. Yeah, it is. It makes it harder, in my opinion. I truly feel like it does. Miss Christina, hello and welcome. And there he is. Mr. Eddie, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm doing well. How are you?
I am great, sir. Thank you for asking. And it's good to see you as well. So this is hopefully well, for now, until they drop some more stuff. This is the last round of these reports. I know I'm a little late getting to them. Everybody's probably been through them already, but I like to do it slowly and make sure we're reading everything. And I had a day yesterday where I couldn't get to everything. As you know, you were here last night. But this will be it, and we'll discuss these and break these down. Any thoughts on anything? Robert, welcome. Good to see you. And same to you, my friend.
Yes.
Any thoughts as to up to this point, Eddie, with anything?
Yeah. Real quick, I wanted to share a couple of these headlines. We've all seen the most recent, traffic stop.
Yes.
And that's the news of that is making all the rounds. And here's the headlines. I know you've all seen it, but I want to share a common theme. So I'll just read them.
Yes, sir.
A couple of them. Brian Kohlberger claimed he was, quote, honest in new footage from traffic stop before Idaho murders. Another one reads, Brian Kohlberger traffic stop video shows Idaho killer driving white Hyundai linked to murders. Another one says, Brian Kohlberger asks chilling questions in brand new traffic stop footage. So you guys get the gist, right?
Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
Throughout this entire thing, I've been trying to express, that the government has a way of like creating a situation or a dilemma. They want to influence this propaganda and create a narrative, and they have somehow the ability to use the mainstream media as their mouthpiece, and the media will repeat this story to sell, what it is,
Right.
to the public, so to speak. And it's hard to express it in words. Last night we were discussing on your channel about the propaganda, and I try to always get someone to think a little deeper. So we all seem to be able to agree that there is this propaganda
Yes.
theme about this case.
Right.
And the next level, taking that to the next level of thinking is, what is the engine that is driving it? And that is what I always...
I saw you say that in chat last night. Right. What is the reason behind it? Of course.
Now, I think, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So I think I can better express it by having you play. It's a video. I sent you an email probably about an hour and 20 minutes ago now. It's less than a minute long, but it will illustrate exactly what is going on in this case. I think it's worth looking at.
I'm looking right now for it, bud. I don't see it yet. Let me see. It should have come through by that time, I would think.
11 after.
Yeah, I don't. Well, unless it's in my other side, it could. Sometimes they do drop down into the. I have you starred though, so your stuff should come through. No, I don't see it in the spam, so I don't think it came through yet.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me refresh this and see if something happened here. Oh, wait. Yep, here we go. Newscasters all.
Yeah, that's the one.
Gotcha.
If we all watch that together, I think everybody is going to appreciate, what it is.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good point, my friend. I appreciate that too. Thank you. And I want to get that set up, guys. We'll start off with that today. That'll give some peeps some time to still jump in here with us as well if they choose. 65 people so far. Good Trouble, welcome to you. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, guys, I'm not ignoring you. I will catch up with you, I promise. I think I just figured out where some other people could be right now, and I didn't even realize she was live, but that's okay. We do have an iPhone link if you want to join, Christina. I don't know if Lucy has it or not. SRB usually does, but good afternoon, okay, Jules. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Thank you. Hang on, guys. Okay. I don't know where SRB is. Hold on. All right. No problem, Christina. Gen 7, good to see you. Okay. The goal here, distract from the truth, bait and switch, move the goalpost, bury the truth. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you don't have to be with this, Jen. You don't have to be at all. Not even close. It's insane, the things that happen. Like I said, you guys, I don't know if you were in, I don't think you were in here yet, Eddie, but earlier, when I first got up earlier this morning, because I was up twice, I was flipping through to see if there's any updates on anything, and against my better judgment, I picked up and I watched JLR's video. He did an interview with used to be an inmate at the same facility that Brian's in, and was asking him all those, welcome Chet, good to see you, my friend, and Beach Babe, good to see you guys, all those questions you would ask, what's Brian going to go through, things like that. And at some point in the interview, towards the end, JLR asked him, Miss Tandy, good to see you, dear. I didn't think you'd be here. It's probably lunchtime. He's in Moscow. The guy's from Moscow. His name's Alex. Raquel, good to see you as well. And JLR was asking him how the people in Moscow were, so on and so forth. And at some point he said, Moscow is connected. And he said, JLR said, oh, okay. What do you mean? And he said, well, and he started to go into an explanation, and then he stopped himself. And he said, no, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to leave that there, but they're connected. That's interesting. And you could take that 50 different directions, okay, in my opinion. But knowing what we know with this case, what we've seen with law enforcement, with the prosecution, with the judicial system, the government itself, as Eddie was speaking on, I think maybe what he's talking about. And it, like I said, he got nervous when he brought it up. And there was somebody next to him, I don't know if it was his wife or whatever, talking to him. And when she must have said something, and he looked at her real quick, and he was kind of, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah, that has been a consistent theme throughout this entire Idaho 4.
And it makes you wonder.
If people are still wondering how, even with no evidence, they would have certainly got a conviction. It is not far-fetched to think that if you were on that jury, you would, of course, being a caring person about your own safety and your family's too, you would do whatever it takes to ensure that you got it right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I can see that.
Yes, sir. And for somebody to get nervous talking about, I did, Beach Babe. I just looked, and yes, it's there. And thank you for that. I will definitely look into that. For somebody to get nervous making a statement like that about the town they live in tells its own story by itself. That tells a story about this case to me. I'm not gonna. Okay, I know where I live. I live in a small town. and I know that there's governmental corruption here, guys. We've been on the news many a times because our board of trustees and our city manager have pocketed money that should have been for other things many a times. That type of stuff. Nothing like this, okay? And I would never know how to react or feel about living in a town that I couldn't speak out about things that I think are going on around me in out of fear. The guy felt I got an actual like feeling of fear from him when he brought that up. And then when his wife or whatever said something to him, he's, oh yeah, that's a problem. Okay. That's what I think the majority of the issue may be with this case and the local government there and the people there. And it's just like, if we remember when Rory went there, nobody would talk to him. Nobody wanted to talk to him. They were angry because he was there talking about it. When JLR went there, nobody wanted to talk to him. There was a few, but nobody wanted to talk to him. They were no. Okay. Let's see. There was a couple of the creators that I've known that have gone there. Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia had issues going there talking to people. If you were a YouTuber, they didn't want you there. Okay, fine. I get it. But anybody bringing this case up, from my understanding, has been confronted with a wall, an attitude, or threats at times. And anybody that doesn't think that there's something wrong with that, you need to move. Okay, that's not good. Former school superintendent near me was arrested for HT a few years back. It literally is everywhere. Oh yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. And Robert says because it's all in Scott Green's book. It is. It is one major chapter of it, I believe, from my understanding. Oh, I understand, Cat Lady. Truly. I just want the truth, folks. I want to know the damn truth. That's all I want to know. Nothing less, nothing more. Except for this guy here. Look at this guy. Good morning.
What a crew. 3 guys that can behave themselves, which is more than I can say for your guests these days, Dago.
Everybody, listen, I understand. I hear background repeating me somewhere. Do you have me turned on in the background, Jesse?
Don't think so.
Eddie? Nope. Hold on.
Do you want me to go out and come back in?
Go down into your settings and check and make sure your echo is.
Yes. I had to change that because it was screwing something else.
That might be it.
Give me a second. Echo cancellation on.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're good now. Sounds great. But yeah, there's a lot of emotion leading this. Okay, last night, and they apologized to each other immediately out there afterwards. I get it, and apologies to anybody that was here that may have been upset by it. But there's a lot of emotion. Sarge is a different breed. We all know that. He gets offended quickly about certain things sometimes, and if he takes something the wrong way, maybe it could upset him. And I understand. I do. He also says that because of his Asperger's that he has very strong feelings about things, and he feels if he doesn't get his point across that it bothers him, and I understand that too. So,
well, I got great news for you guys.
That's part of what that was. What's that, buddy?
Well, the chances of me and Eddie going at each other are probably pretty low to start with.
Eddie won't play into it. He won't ever do that. So
probably pretty low. So, yeah. So you don't have to worry about that. But Chris McDonough appears to have gone over to the dark side.
I heard that there was Alicia J. Hey, there she is. Good morning, butthead. Let's see how she replies to me. This will tell you if she's mad at me or not. I heard that Chris has dove into the other side of the pond.
Well, he's not a pro-burger by any stretch of the imagination. He's calling out the investigation. He's calling out the corruption. He says they're hiding evidence and they've completely screwed this up. But in his opinion, he just wants all the dirt on Brian Kohberger and what a sicko he is. And so he thinks that they've covered this up so that we don't find out what a sicko Brian Kohberger is, which is pretty laughable, but
it is.
But when he speaks, he's speaking but you can tell that maybe Steve G is like the puppet master behind him. I don't know if you guys saw the interview that he did with the G family, but everybody was pretty cozy, and I certainly think that a lot of this is influence from the G family.
Well, I read a piece of an article that was sent to me and just said, what's your opinion on this? I don't know if it's fact or fiction, okay, because I don't think most of us know. Matt Emlo, good to see you, buddy. What is anymore with this? But it was a paragraph out of an article that was put out, and it said that Steve G was mad at Dylan and Bethany and went off on them at some point, but then told them to follow this specific narrative and he would get them sponsors. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, folks, but it's interesting. I'll just say it's interesting. And we know how much hearsay and bullshit we hear out here, okay? As Bill Thompson himself has put out there. But that was interesting to hear. And now this was from back before, but why would you say stick to the narrative and I'll get you sponsors? That's the part that I struggle with.
And what exactly are sponsors?
That's what I mean. What do you mean by sponsors? You know, that was a good point. So
where I'm from, sponsors are older guys that pay your rent for you.
Maybe. Could be. I don't know. Because he said that the state is protecting UI, and then said that the state is protecting Brian, but Brian is not UI. It doesn't make sense, Lucy. I know what you're saying. 100%. 100%. There's the tomboy and the bird. She flew in on her bird. Welcome, dear. Witchy's in the house. Sky 1088. Welcome to you as well. Again, for those that just popped in, Eddie and Jesse have joined me up here again today as we read through the final and last portion of these reports and discuss and break them down. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we come up with, what's revealed today. Those are interesting thoughts as well. We're going to watch this video. Done one. Welcome. Good to see you. That Eddie had us put up here today. And he said it kind of gives you an outlook on the whole thing, I guess, per se, with this. So let's check this out first, and then we'll get busy. Thank you again all for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button on your way through the door. Appreciate it very much.
Responsibility is to serve our Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media. More alarmingly, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So they were talking about themselves, but projecting it towards all of us. Interesting. Social media. Wow. That's kind of funny. Any thoughts on that? Either one of you two?
Yeah, so to tie it all together, the very first day following the tragedy on the 14th, that was the message put out to us, is stop speculating and wait for authorities, law enforcement, to say,
right,
use them as the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And again, those headlines that I read, this is just one example, the latest example, with that video of the pullover from Corporal Duke. Those videos are making the rounds through mainstream media, and the banner, the title.
Mm-hmm.
On some of them are just ridiculous. Brian Kohlberger, he claimed he was being honest in new footage from traffic stop.
It was a claim, right?
Brian Kohlberger asked chilling questions in brand new traffic stop. I mean, it's either you believe that the folks that work in those positions in the mainstream media are that blind to the truth, incompetent, unintelligent, or that they are doing the bidding of whoever is paying the bills.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Which relates back to, in my opinion, what I was telling you that I saw the guy that JLR interviewed when he goes to talk about how Moscow's connected and then stopped, was warned about what he was going to say and said, "No, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just going to leave that there." Okay, if you say so. You don't see or hear that kind of thing happen very often in a town. People don't say, well, this town's connected, and not talk about it because there's a fear of that. That's a problem, folks. Welcome, Texas. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Terry Martin, good to have you here.
Lastly, just to finish the thought, is the propaganda has always been to make you believe that he is guilty.
Oh God, yes. And if it even started to back away or back down from that a little bit, guys, every time we've seen something else come out of the bushes that keeps pushing it forward. Okay. And as we've seen, we discussed it yesterday and last evening. If you weren't here, the prosecutor himself, the lead investigators on the case themselves, they're backpedaling with a lot of the statements that they use themselves, whether it be from social media guilters or MSM scripted newscasts that were purposely put out as propaganda. They're backpedaling from a lot of that now. They're blaming, Bill Thompson himself blamed in one of his interviews, guilters from social media for inventing and creating scenarios that involved Brian Koberger and hearsay rumors and things like that were put out about that. He blamed them. Okay. But you used it when it was available to you, Bill, to help you to do what you needed to do. And now that this man is in prison, now you're going to talk about it. Well, this isn't true. That's not true. That didn't happen. This didn't happen. No. He would never. I believe this is the first time he's ever done this. Anything. It's like Alicia said yesterday. It's almost like they're defending him to a slight extent now, as compared to what they were doing before. Wow. Okay.
And guys, notice they are all on the same wavelength. The mainstream media, they push the same message, and also notice they don't ever ask the real questions. They overlook the glaring inconsistencies,
yes,
and portions of this story that don't make any sense.
Right.
It's not that they can't see them. People say, well, they don't read, the documents, and well, that's not true, and you can't say that.
Right.
How you're not there to witness it or to not see them.
Of course. Very good point.
They know where their paychecks are coming from. It doesn't need to be enforced. It's the same reason why people that work for ESPN won't criticize the WNBA or LeBron James, because ESPN everybody knows that ESPN is aligned with certain things and certain people, and I mean, you guys don't want to hear me get into talking about sports, but there's almost like a political conspiracy to make LeBron James the greatest of all time, because in an actual legitimate debate, there is no debate. It makes no sense from a sports perspective, but it's the sports equivalent of politics, and it is political as well. But yeah, they're telling you something that is so false, but somehow they get half the public to believe it.
Yeah, and I even made that comment last night. It feels like Brian Koberger is a political prisoner.
Sarge made a good point though last night, I will say. The only problem with it is, I mean, his logic is sound. I think that the only reason Sarge can see that Brian pled guilty is because he is guilty to a certain degree. And that does make sense. Unfortunately, the evidence doesn't support that, though, is the problem. And certainly the evidence completely almost eliminates him from doing it by himself and even being a party to it. So it's but it's very difficult to argue with that logic that Sarge was putting out there. I
agree. It is. I mean, as I was, which is what caused the frustrations last night with those two that were talking. And as I was explaining, I can understand how you can see that in that way, but I can't look past these other issues at this point to make that make sense to me. His guilt. Okay. Thank you, JS, and thank you for joining us today. I can't look past the red flags that in the investigation that tell me that that's not him, that it's not him. Hold on. I keep getting asked this. Whoever sent me the press release from Ian Taylor, can you resend it? Because I can't find it now. It's missing. It was there and now it's gone. I was going to show it this morning, but I can't find it now. So welcome, Joanne. Good to see you. But yeah, the how can I put this? What I'm trying to say, his reasoning for it, you can't argue too much with it. Thank you, Alicia. That's why I couldn't.
And we're trying to make sense of something that simply just doesn't make sense to it. Certainly to me at this point.
Right.
The only way any of this can make sense is if there's a significant piece of information that I'm not privy to, because based on the information that I'm privy to, this just doesn't make sense no matter which way you cut it.
No, it doesn't. This release here in Taylor's office put out, and it says this was July 17th. Read the State versus Brian C. Koberger case with the case number there. Although the court has lifted the non-dissemination order in this case, counsel and members of the defense team will not be making any statements or providing any information at this time or after the sentencing hearing. We will continue to keep our focus. Now, this is interesting. I read this twice. The way this was stated, this is interesting. We will continue to keep our focus on Mr. Koberger and comply with our ethical obligations under Rule 1.6 of Idaho's Attorney Professional Conduct. Thank you. Now, and this was signed by the whole defense team. Welcome, West Side. Good to see you, Michigan, as well. Thank you all for joining us. So here's my thing. Now, I could just be reading a little too far into this. It's very possible. Maybe it's wishful thinking. I don't know. We will continue to keep our focus on Mr. Koberger and comply with our ethical obligations under Rule 1.6.
What's Rule 1.6?
I don't know. I didn't look that up yet. The biggest part to this is we will continue to keep our focus on Mr. Koberger. Does that mean there's more to come from Ann Taylor with Brian? Or does that just mean, is that just a blanket statement they're putting out there just to keep them covered? You know what I'm saying? I guess we should look up Idaho Rule 1.6. And that was my next point I was going to do with you guys. So that was an interesting sounding document there to me. When I read that, sorry. So let's see here. These are the rules of professional conduct under this. So let me show you guys real quick. It's probably nothing extravagant, so don't be upset when it's not. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't want to do that. Hit the wrong thing there. I'm trying to blow it up a little bit.
If Ann Taylor's strategy was just to let Bill talk, she's done a good job of that, man.
Confidentiality of information is all it is, folks. So in turn, they're just going to stick to the confidential, client, professional, attorney-client, professional confidentiality is all it is. Which I understand, I get, and I respect. But if they're going to continue, that was a big deal for me. Here it is here so you guys can see it. 1.6 right there. Her stating, though, that they'll continue is what I was interested in. Does that hopefully possibly mean there's something coming that she's going to be continuing with, or does it just, like I said, a blanket just to say we're just going to stick to this? We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, we have a little over a month, but we'll see. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you, buddy. There is something about the evidence not matching the case. Someone was telling me about it the other day. That might be the plan because nothing coming out now matched what they were. Right. We've seen a lot of that. What did a lot of this doesn't fit with what we've seen and heard. So that would be interesting, and that is a good point, Twiz. Thanks for joining us, bud. Hold on, Tomboy. I already knocked it down, but 1 second. Let me see if I can do it again.
Apparently they're not replying, or they've replied to the FOIA requests saying we'll get back to you in April of 2026.
Yeah, they're not even thinking about a lot of them at all. Any of them, from what I can tell. So I don't know.
Guys, I've noticed a lot of frustration since the plea hearing, but last night included. But if you think about it, like, what purpose besides satisfying our impatience and curiosities would there be for Anne to explain the plea, if there was a reason,
right?
Before she is ready to? And in other words, why announce her strategy?
And that's why I feel that she wouldn't. I never thought she would. If there is one, she's not going to tell us because, is that page 12 right there? Nope, that's 13. So page 12 here explains the confidentiality of information. A lawyer shall not reveal information relating to presentation of a client unless the client gives informed consent. I don't see that happening. The disclosure is politely authorized in order to carry out representation, or disclosure is permitted by paragraph. A lawyer may reveal information relating to the presentation of a client to the extent the lawyer reasonably believes necessary, and to prevent the client from committing a crime, including disclosure of intention to commit a crime. To prevent reasonably certain death or substantial bodily harm. So the only way that they can put anything out is if it's going to hurt somebody else or himself, per se. That's really all this says here, without reading through the whole thing. But it makes sense. She has no reason to come out and say anything. For one, like Eddie said, it would be, showing her cards when she doesn't need to. Two, thank you, Lucy. Is this something new, Lucy? Joanne says, I believe he already has an appellate attorney. Sorry. I don't know. That would be interesting to know, though.
It ain't Andrea Burkhart. I know that.
No.
Guys, we've been through this before, and it's easy to overlook, but right after the quadruple homicides, November turned to December, and we would be discussing, this case together.
Mm-hmm.
And, here we are, December, and pretty soon we're mid-December, and another day, wake up, and another day there's still no answers. And when you're in that moment, it seems like it's taking forever. And
yes.
And we're all skeptics, they're never going to solve the case. And then, of course, eventually the arrest. And then in the weeks and months and years since the arrest, upon reflection, we would all be in agreement that it didn't take them long at all. They were, 7 weeks and they had the guy so quick. Yeah, that would happen so quickly that they got him. Right. Same thing here. How many days has it been since the sentencing hearing?
Yeah, like 5.
Phew. Yeah,
I believe he's got 36 days left at this point. Now, Also, I read yesterday, Texas Ranger asked who would pay for it. He would be, because he's no income, would be allowed an attorney through the state, as well as the appeal would be paid for by the state as well. That's what that document read that I read yesterday. So, or now at this point, if there's, I also got to say, this is just my opinion. And that is a great point, Eddie. Thank you, Sky. Is that I think that's 36 business days, meanie. I think that's how they wrote it. So typically unique. Welcome. Good to see you, and be safe out there driving. What the heck was I getting ready to say? I also would imagine that there's probably, because we had an attorney in here that follows that thinks that he's innocent. I gotta imagine there may be a few other attorneys out here that think that this is bullshit and would maybe take it on pro bono for him. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just saying, it's a thought. So I don't know. You're welcome, Meanie. Thank you for being here. Massoth is a defense appellate attorney, correct? I think that's true, but is she? Would they have to be death penalty certified to cover the appeal? That's another question I have. I don't know. Yeah, I know, Terry. It's been raining here all day, and it's supposed to rain all day and all night. So my grass is going to look like a rainforest by tomorrow. I hate Ohio weather. I hate it. So anyway, I'd be curious, So the death penalty is completely gone. So if this were to be picked up, that wouldn't be brought back out. That's what I didn't know. But she is DP certified anyway. Okay, gotcha. So there's no death penalty at all now. That's good to know. Okay. Maybe that was the whole point behind this, guys, is to completely get rid of the death penalty and then work to go forward with this in that sense without worrying about that. Who knows? That could be it.
That almost sounds like too much of a loophole. I mean, wouldn't everybody do that if you could just do that?
Probably, in a sense. Well, they have said that a lot of people do stuff like that. Okay, that there have been quite a few people that have taken pleas just to do that and then rescind them or whatever.
I guess you do need to qualify for an appeal, right? You can't just be blatantly guilty and have no case and say I want an appeal, right?
That's what I was thinking. Twiz too, that he pled just to remove the DP. That was the point. Well, that makes sense because that would be what would make this make sense. That was an important thing because who knows how long this would be drawn out after the fact. Now, if they do an appeal and all this other stuff, now that that's happened, okay, now that this has happened, we're seeing all this other shit that's coming out, and there's probably going to be some more. And if they ever unseal the rest of it, that'll be out there too. So depending on the time span that this takes, well, he's got the rest of his life right now, so who knows? But I don't know if there's any kind of what do you call it? Any kind of time restraints on anything like this, other than him filing this. I don't know, but this would make this make sense. This would give you the ability to avoid being put on death row, and who knows how long that would be. And it also would give you the option to appeal and possibly bring some things to the table that need to be seen and heard to prove your innocence. And here's my other thought. I was talking to my wife again last night. Brian seems like the kind of person that would not, he stood silent. Remember that. And if he's absolutely purely 100% innocent of this, would want that to be known, in my opinion. That I want everything out there. I want it to be known that I had absolutely nothing to do with this. Nothing. I don't know these people. I had nothing to do with this. I was completely set up, and I would imagine he would want that known to the whole world. You completely have his name cleared, okay? So this could be a way that could happen in a sense. And I was thinking if that was the reasoning, that I'm not going to settle for a half-assed, he's not going to settle for a half-assed, well, maybe this, maybe that, maybe no. I don't know, but I want it all done and cleared completely.
Well, look at the photo of his sister and his mother leaving the courthouse. They didn't look all busted up like that's it. It's all over, right? They almost strutted out of the courthouse like they meant business a little bit.
Just as much as he didn't look or seem busted up. Neither did really truly the defense team,
Again, with his comment about, no, I don't just decline. I respectfully, and he put a big emphasis on respectfully, like
definitely did. Yes, sir.
Almost listen, Hippler. Don't tell me I'm declining. I'm respectfully declining.
Yes.
And sort of leaned in like this. And I thought there was interpreting body language and tone and stuff that meant something.
Like Twiz just said, he put some respect on respectfully. He did. And he was very respectful to the judge, to the court. He didn't react to anything they said to him. that could be looked at as a form of respect because he feels, I'm not saying this is true, but he knows that what happened to them is a horrific thing, and agrees with them that whoever did this deserves those words, but it wasn't him. Which is, again, Tandy said yesterday, and it's a good point. If you have no emotional attachment to this, if you weren't involved in this, you didn't know the people, you didn't commit the crime, there's not going to be any kind of response from a person that has no connection to this other than feeling bad for the people that are going through it. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you. Kathy, probable cause. Good to see you. So again, that could explain his non-reactionary, personality at that point. So those are things to think about as well.
Imagine being a guilter, going through the documents and realizing how fucked up the investigation was, but only thinking that they're trying to cover up Brian being more sinister than they've actually said. I mean, that's just beyond insanity to me.
It is. Simply Solo, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, Joanne and Eddie. Yes. I mean, guys, can you imagine something if and when, and I'm going to hope that I can put the word "and when" in there, it comes out that this man is absolutely 1,005% innocent of this whole situation. There was no connection. There was nothing to do with him. And it does come out fully, and that whole story gets enveloped to the world. Can you imagine the reaction the world's going to have towards him at that point? And the reaction he could have towards the world? That would be a very interesting. Now, do I think that's going to happen? I have a very huge doubts of that. But it depends. It depends on who gets a hold of this, in my opinion, the power they have, the ability that they have to expose the things that need exposed and show this. The world is going to owe this man an apology. The world. Okay. And if that's the case, so be it. Now, on the other side of this, if there's some, and this is a very far reach for me, some very slim chance, crazy, weird situation, like, Sarge brought up last night, that he could have done this, then he's where he belongs. That's all there is to it.
It doesn't justify what we're reading in the documents now, though. I mean, this needs to be, people need to be accountable for this, regardless of who did the crime.
That's right.
The investigation needs to be scrutinized, regardless of who did the crime, who committed the crime.
100%.
As much as I don't want to be the guy that's sitting here saying Brian's innocent and end up with egg on my face, and I've tried hard not to do that, but I don't see it. I don't see it being physically possible for him to be a sole perpetrator and be guilty. It just
not with all this.
That defies my knowledge of reality. Right.
Not with all of what we're seeing now. Not with. I mean, this was not. And Eddie said it again and again and again and again. This has not been an investigation at all of any sort. Okay.
Well, I've got a question about the knife. Because yes. I said that I've never believed in that knife that he bought on Amazon because of the vague language they've used. But what if it comes out that they do have that K-bar that he purchased on Amazon?
Mm-hmm.
That would open up a lot of questions. Like, is it legal for them to represent that this is they've been representing that it's the murder weapon, that the purchase was the murder weapon, when they've already recovered the purchase, right?
Yeah.
And then also, why would Ann Taylor can't she do something about that?
I would imagine.
Why isn't she kicking and screaming about this Amazon purchase? I mean, it's just so vague. It's just floating out there. Yeah, he bought a K-bar on Amazon, and it's like a rumor. It's almost like.
But they never proved it, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like Bigfoot or the Tooth Fairy. I mean,
right.
It's been talked about. It's nobody's ever shown. It's like UFOs or whatever. It's a big hypothetical until I see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and well, that's probably what I feel. If Ann is doing anything, guys, and she's not like you're talking about, Jesse, I think it's because she's holding on to it all, and just putting it all into one bowl, okay, and putting it all together there so that she can present that whole thing at one time. Because it wouldn't make sense not to, in my opinion. That's my guess, but I'm just saying, I don't know.
But it seems to me that it should be like obstruction of justice to
prosecutorial misconduct. Yes,
to insinuate that he purchased the murder weapon on Amazon, and insinuate that purchase is missing when you actually confiscated it in Pennsylvania. Now, or if it turns out it's not the same model. That being said, they've already done that with everything else. They've done that with the phone pings. They've done that with the photos, the Ted Bundy stuff. They've done that with everything.
Right.
But none of that would be as cut and dry of actually having evidence labeled and in their possession and misrepresenting what that actual evidence is.
That would be absolute prosecutorial misconduct. There's a couple other terms it would be listed as, but it's definitely illegal. And so if, you have to prove it, of course, she'd have to prove the absolution of it and how it happened. What was, who did this, who did that? What was, how it happened, basically. So, and yes, by the way, JS, your comment did make sense. So I guess we'll have to see if any of that comes out, but I feel very strongly that there's going to be a blow up of some sort when a lot of this stuff that we're reading now and putting together with the stuff that was in the PCA or wasn't in the PCA, things like that, that is going to blow up at some point and implode. Okay. And they're going to expose it. I feel like it's going to be exposed. It's too wide open right now for it not to be. And somebody's going to have to answer to it. They can't just let this stuff sit here as we're reading through this and let us, and we're all going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Who allowed for this? Who allowed for that? At some point, there's got to be accountability, Jesse. And they have to, somebody's going to have to step forward and say, okay, this is what we're doing with it. I imagine they can't just let this sit here and rot. Okay. There's somebody that's going to make notice of this and make a big deal about it at some point. So that's going to be a problem, I think.
Well, as much as I don't like Chris McDonough, the fact that he's talking about it and the way he's talking about it is certainly going to be added pressure.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see how he gets reacted to too. So, I don't know. Look at it this way. There's a reason why FBI and them stepped in when they did, period. Well, I mean, that's a good point. Very good point. Welcome, Fizzy. Good to see you fizzing in here. Lucy says, wiped his devices with sophisticated software. Also found many thumbs up selfies because that's Brian's signature move, which we now know. And also ordered the weapon off Amazon. How much contradiction is that in that? There's a lot, Lucy. That's a good point. And that's what I'm saying. That everything that the state and law enforcement have used to convict this man has been contradicted almost everything, I think. The thumbs up thing was a big thing that we all bitched and complained and said, that's ridiculous. Why are they doing that? So on and so forth. And a lot of us already kind of thought that might just be who he is, what he does. And here it is. It's found out. Well, he does that. That's his thing. That's his signature thing to do. Just like with the Reddit forum that he did. Okay. Well, the detective himself is saying when she's trying to get, as a newscaster, the negative side, push. And he's going, no, they all did it. Lots of people are doing it. It's not, and it takes the pressure off Brian automatically. Well,
and
then
that honesty only came after the plea deal because
all of this is only, it's all of this is only coming out after the man is in jail and convicted. That's disgusting to me. That is where I'm telling you, they took the Constitution and they rolled it up in a ball and wiped their asses with it, folks, because that's what they did. And it's sickening to me that this country has become this. Okay? It's sickening to me.
Yeah, guys, and the Photoshop of that picture and how much time was spent, people
right.
looking at his red hair or his black, soulless eyes, etc. Or the hand, there's bruises on the hand. It was just the narrative, the talking points get out there and the damage can't be undone from that. You can't ever put it back in the bottle.
Right. That's true. Along
with all that, I want to share this thought. It's kind of we had touched on it last night. You had said, they still don't know the order of the 4 homicides, which ones were first,
Right.
second through the 4th. So we all remember, towards the end of the plea hearing where Bill Thompson gave a lengthy, it was called the state's recitation of factual basis, where he is saying, how the homicides occurred. Now, know this. The state knows everything. There's nothing that they don't know about this crime. And they know who did it, and they know who didn't do it. Of course, the defense knows that the state knows Brian Koberger is innocent, and the defense knows that the judge knows also.
Right.
During that recitation of factual basis, that is not the state's belief of what happened. It's kind of a deep thought. Work with me. I'll do my best. But Bill Thompson, see, we've been watched all along. And through the PCA and then afterwards, all the little tidbits that came out and how we constructed that picture to make it make sense. And we spent months, even years, talking about, okay, well, that means he must have went through the back porch, sliding door, through the kitchen and up to this 3rd floor. And then from there, he went back to the 2nd floor and he did that. And then by Dylan's room and then out. We told that story and they were watching us to see what all of us in society believe. Matter of fact, we even had a virtual representation, dramatization of that. Open Mind put out a really nice video of that, the model of the house and how this person, a silhouette person kind of glided through the porch door and up to the 3rd floor and etc. We've all seen it many times. And that's really good work and kudos to her. But I never liked it. And not because it wasn't good quality, but because now that's imprinted on people's minds because they can see it. That became people's reality. So again, to this recitation, during the plea hearing of the factual basis, that is not what the state believes. What they're doing is telling us what we already believe so that it makes sense. And they allowed us to build that up, and they just waited to see what was the general consensus of that story and how it makes sense. So they could tell the tale. Did what I explained make sense to you?
It does to me, yes, sir. I do understand what you're saying.
Yes, sir, Eddie. I'll take it a step further that I certainly think, I don't think Bill Thompson was unaware of the leaks and the media, the coverage, the way the media was covering this and the way that they were getting information and the way they were reporting it. I think it was all filtered and projected and designed to get the results that we saw.
That it did.
And it was part of the strategy from Bill Thompson's office. Probably what I spoke about, his 100% conviction rate. He's never lost a case. The only way that's possible is through corruption. Not 100% of suspects are not always guilty. So, yeah, I think the media coverage is all been part of the plan, and heads should roll over that. And whatever happened to, I'm going to investigate. Steve G basically tells them, you're not investigating. If you were investigating, you'd come and ask me.
Right. I mean, what they knew. He's stating right here that in the interviews, I'm sorry, that he knew that there was misinformation being put out. He stated that he knew things that they were saying was wrong. He blamed on the guilters that they created these rumors, these hearsay situational things that went on, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But at the same time, used all of that stuff from day one to help to prosecute and to convict Brian. Okay. And as soon as Brian's convicted, he backs up from it. He starts backpedaling, saying, well, no, this is wrong and that's wrong. And he's trying to re-glorify himself to the world because everybody now looks down on him, for one, because of what the Gonsalves family have said about him, for two, because half of us know the corruption bullshit that he's involved in, and for three, he's got to retire peacefully. It's a joke. It's just a joke. And it should not be allowed. I feel, in my opinion, with a lot of what I know went on, Bill Thompson should be sitting behind bars. Smash Lee Jennings should be sitting behind bars. And anybody else on that damn prosecution team that did the things they did that were illegal. A lot of this stuff is illegal, period. It's not legal to do, okay? That should be the turn of events that I should see, that I would like to see, I should say. Welcome, Happy Hounds. Good to see you. Tommy Boy, welcome. Simply Solo and anybody else that just popped in, thank you for joining us. And thanks, Twiz. I appreciate that, bud. Guys, please hit the like button. Truly, I would love to see that. You cannot get away with this shit for 30 years. Because, like I said, guys, 29 years ago, the same type situation went down that he did the same thing. Bill Thompson's conviction rate is so high because he puts out so many damn plea deals and doesn't have to do the work that they didn't have to do in this case because they didn't have one. They have all admitted to us, to the world, folks, that they didn't have a case. That's all there is. So that's my feeling on that part of it. Oh yeah, there's definitely been perjury committed in this in many, many different ways. Either one of you have any other statements to make as far as that goes?
I don't think so, but thanks again for playing that video. I guess I would just say it would be, one brief phrase kind of gives a generalization of what we've been discussing here. When the government weaponizes the media, and that is a psyop.
Yeah. Yep. Chet, they got a guilty plea. Why? Well, I hope, Chet, that I can give you an answer to that here within the next month. Okay. I don't have an answer for it. I have thoughts about why I think it happened, but I don't have a true answer to be able to give to you. And hopefully we will all have one.
Can't we just turn that around on Chet and say, well, why did they even offer a plea?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they go for the DP? Why didn't they? You're going to ask a question. We can't answer that question. We've all of us had already admitted that we don't have the answers to that question. But in turn, you can't answer why didn't they force him to allocate? Why didn't they go for the death penalty? Why didn't they consult with the parents about what they were going to do?
Can I answer a couple of those questions, Jesse? Morning. Good golly, Molly's in the house. Good to see you, dear.
Last time I checked, you were the captain of the ship. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I think the reason why they didn't force him to allocate, or however you say it, or to explain anything, is because they knew he couldn't.
I heard that it was actually in the original plea agreement that he had to allocate, and they had to edit it out because he wasn't able to. Because
he can't. That's my opinion fully on that. He can't. If you can't stand up and tell a story about something that you have no idea of, and if you're not there, you're welcome, Chet. If you're not there, you can't tell anybody because you weren't.
Yeah, it's the same exact reason why, if someone were looking at you or I during those victim impact statements and they were talking to you or I like that, we had nothing to do with it. We'd look back at them with expressionless, like they're growing horns on top of their head.
Seahawks, man.
Yes, and here's the biggest thing right here, folks. The biggest thing. Thank you, Tandy, for that. Allocute. There we go. Yeah, so if you knew as a prosecutor, you and your whole team knew this is the man that did it. We have a massive case full of evidence. You have the death penalty on the table. As a prosecutor, I'm going to say, nope, you don't get a plea deal. We're going to trial, and we're going to run this into the ground, and you're going to be burned alive, folks, because I have the proof that it was you. And they didn't do that. As soon as it was popped, the question was popped, he jumped on it because he knew he didn't have a case against him. He knew the possibility that a jury was going to go, what in the hell is this shit? Take the cuffs off him right now. Which was a huge possibility, folks. In my opinion, you guys know that I wanted the trial on this bad, okay? And I feel that at some point, it would have been probably at the very least a hung jury if they didn't find him completely innocent, okay? Because imagine what the prosecution was going to present.
Yeah, there was no way they were getting a death conviction on this.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's been NPD would have looked better if they kept their mouths shut after it went down. 100%. Now, even the guilters are doubting everything now because of what Moscow PD or the lead investigators and the prosecution are saying. Everybody's going, wait, what? And now that we're reading this, wait, what? There's guilters that are going, okay, I feel stupid now. And they
won't admit it, but I would hope for their sake that they're smart enough to realize it.
From what I've seen a couple places, some have said, okay, I was wrong. Something ain't right. I've seen a lot of people that have come in here actually say, I still think he's guilty, but this is way, not right.
I will say, am I wrong to say that the timing sort of lines up with the Molly the Door driver appearance on social media? And when it became clear that she existed, is there a chance that spooked Brian?
No.
It could be something like that. And maybe not that it spooked him, but what the state was going to do with it to try to, you know what I mean?
I mean, that could be, it could spook him, just what the lengths they're going to by concocting an eyewitness that doesn't really exist.
Right. I feel like there's a level of confidence within Brian Kohberger at this point. And I think that he's had that the whole time. And I think that anybody, I'm going to say this, anybody that knows absolute that they had nothing to do with the situation, like something this big, and believes in themselves, no matter how unjust the judicial system is or the law enforcement is, that in their mind, they feel that there's a way that this is going to come out. And in the end, the truth will prevail. Okay. And I think
they need to look at Molly, the DoorDash driver. I mean, she's there right at the time of the crime. She's got a drug problem. She's been involved in a homicide before as a witness.
Well, they also see 4 or 5 people the police did walking towards the house. Was she one of them with another group?
She was either one of them or she was standing right there watching them. So, I mean, she might not have been delivering DoorDash. She might have been delivering killers.
Thank you. There you go. That's my next statement was going to be. Almost the exact same words too, Jesse. Get out of my head.
And the person in the window hiding. I mean, how do they just casually mention that she sees somebody in the window who is trying to hide themselves?
Why?
Because whoever that is, if she actually saw somebody in the window trying to hide themselves, that's clearly a suspect, clearly a female. It's clearly not Brian Kohberger.
Right.
So, I guess that explains why they're not going to want to talk about that, because it doesn't implicate Kohberger. But again, that's another piece of exculpatory evidence that was we were never privy to that.
Right. Meg just said that there's also no way the defense went to ask for a plea. It doesn't really work that way, per another lawyer. And I was talking to somebody the other day, Meg, that said almost the same thing to me, that the prosecution at some point offered this, okay, before they probably said something about this a while back to her, or sent her a document or an email that said, hey, by the way, we do have the ability of a plea deal here if you ever want to hook that, you know what I mean? And maybe after when she got herself together with what she plans on doing, said, hey, they offered this. I say we take the hook and we go from there. That's my opinion. And that's how they can say that the defense approached them for the plea. But I feel like it was offered at some point a while back. Okay, just personally, maybe. Thank you, Elisa, and welcome, Happy. Good to see you. As everybody in here, 135 people. You guys are amazing. I am super appreciative of you for all being here with us as we go through this. Good point, Jesse. Good points. I love these conversations.
Yeah, well, as soon as I heard that she was the DoorDash driver, I said, yeah, if she was there at the time, she's got to be a suspect. I mean,
Right.
It's blatantly obvious to me.
Right. There you go. Fizzy said Molly's dog did it. He was jealous of Murphy's relationship with his mama. You never know. You never know, Fizzy. Gotta laugh every now and again, guys. Is there any documents that anyone at 1122 King placed in order for killers? Not that I saw, Warren. Welcome, by the way. Smitty, good to see you as well. Not that I saw.
I guess Warren's referring to my joke about delivering killers.
Probably. Yeah. I see. Now it makes sense. Transformer Uplifter. Truly hope all social media influencers who are concerned about this case could collaborate in consolidating useful insights gained from analyzing the supplemental reports and other. Well, I think we kind of are. A few of us, at least. I know Lana wanted me to join her. AR has been involved with us as well. And Christy and a few other creators that have kind of been collabing on what we think. Twiz, of course. And how we put the information out. And we kind of do it in a sense together, but we don't have to be.
Well, even today when we mention Chris McDonough, all we usually do is shit talk him. But because he's reporting, doing some honest reporting for once, we've spoken a little bit more highly of him, and probably encouraged a lot of the people to eventually get over there and see what he's saying now for himself.
Well, that's I can do that. I still have issues with him for other reasons from the past, but yeah,
well, I'm not trying to endorse him. I'm just saying, if he's going to be coming clean about the truth, and anybody who's going to come, even if it's Drunk Turkey or if it's Gray Pubes, if they're going to come out and admit that they've read the documents and shit's not adding up, I watched the entire McDonough interview. That's probably the first time I've ever been able to watch an entire McDonough interview room episode without feeling sick to my stomach and having to back out of it. But I'll watch Gray Pubes and Drunk Turkey too if they come on board, join reality.
Yeah. I mean, well, first you got to. I think Turkey's too deep into it, and maybe had a hand in some of the misinformation that was put out there. So that's something you got to recover from. I just, like I said, I don't think I'll ever be able to like Chris at all because of other things he's done. The false glove and other things he did in other cases that really, there was that one case, I can't think of the boy's name, but it was just disgusting what he did. I can't. But if you're gonna start supporting things that you see and calling red flags, okay, that's good. I'll give you that much, but that's about as far as I'll go with it. Just as much as Smashley Trashfield, I can't stand her. Okay, but if she's gonna say, "Hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is really what it is," okay, I'll agree. I won't support you, but I'll agree. That's all I'm saying. But I get what you're saying completely. That's probably a good point.
I guess all I was saying was news travels fast on these YouTube streets, and we'll be happy to spread the news if any of the guilters want to come clean about what they feel about these documents and the investigation.
Agreed. I do agree. It's a good point too, Jesse. Very good point. The more the better. That's a fact. All right, guys, let's see. If you were stupid enough to believe this from the beginning, you should never be trusted because you will fail.
I don't disagree with that, unfortunately.
Tell us how you really feel, Twiz.
I think it's so true, but then you're pretty much eliminating like 60% of the population, maybe more.
Yeah.
People that believe everything they see on mainstream media. So it's pretty tough to do that,
Mm-hmm. Who will wake up first, Gray, Turkey, or JLR?
Well, JLR ain't never waking up. He's got a condition.
He has to. He has.
I'd almost say it's Turkey. I mean, we've seen him do a
Maybe.
complete 180 flip. So why couldn't he do it again? Gray's always been Gray. Turkey's evolving. And I'm not saying that I expect Turkey to flip, but of those three, he's the most likely, in my opinion.
I would have to agree too.
Well, and Steve G's flipped too, so he's not gonna. Steve G won't be speaking to him if he's not willing to be critical of the investigation at this point. And I believe that's why McDonough went the direction he did, because he wants to stay in the good books of the G family.
That's a good point. That could actually explain that. I'm sorry, simply I didn't see it. Let me see real quick. By the way, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm looking. Hold on here. Raquel Wells in the house. Good to see you, dear. Well, it must be up there, simply. I'm sorry, hon. Hold on. Critical Minds is in the house too. Good to see you, Critical. Oh, here we go. Do you believe there was a DoorDash delivery that night? Didn't the 1112 camera malfunction and not record during the time? There was malfunction. Now that's another thing I wanted to talk about before we got into this. That's a good point for bringing. Thank you for bringing that up. I mean, it could be. Could have been something else too. Simply.
Isn't the DoorDash delivery kind of like the knife sheath and the knife? It's just a rumor that, is constantly evolved.
It's based on her statements. The fact that there was a DoorDash, they went to DoorDash and it was recorded that there was a DoorDash delivery recorded for that place.
But we originally told it was Xana's account that placed the order, and then we're later told that it's Ethan's account, and it seems like there's not really much of an excuse for confusion there, right? Like the records should either say Ethan Chapin or Xana Kernodle, not whether they're dating or not. I don't see how that gets confused.
No, it's a good point. And just on that, before I forget, also in one of these reports, it was read that there was issues with that light bulb cam. We all know they had a lot of issues with it. The people that were there were out of town for a period of time, couldn't get the information. Then they got it, they couldn't get it to work. Then they did this. So it was like an 18-day period of time, I believe, before they actually got any information off this, where they finally they see somebody at I want to say it was 3:30 something, maybe, walking down to the dumpster that's in front of the 1122 house and looking in it again, and they're saying it's the same guy that did it over in Linda Lane and was in the dumpster again. Like what's going on with the dumpsters, folks? There's another question there. Does that have something to do with this?
I will also say, because some people say, oh, you go into a dumpster, you're dumpster diving, homeless people do that. But this doesn't appear to be that. This appears to be opening the lid and expecting something to be sitting there waiting for you. That's what it appeared to be to me.
I took
somebody left me a love note under the lid of the garbage can or something.
A little package in there.
I don't think it was a love note, but whatever it was, it was expected to be there.
Agreed.
There's no digging around and looking for anything.
Dumpster to dumpster. That's interesting to me because, agreed. Debbie Ann, welcome. Good to see you, dear. So that was interesting too. And the missing times, 4:15 to 4:45. The other missing time from by the other dumpster on that road, which I believe was taken out so that you didn't see the unmarked police car driving down the road at that point in time, was 3:30 something to 4, whatever it was. That time period, there's things missing that shouldn't be. Where is that footage at? Where are those things at? Those are the things that have people going, no, I don't trust you. I don't trust what you're telling me. I don't believe what you're telling me or us. And why should I? You prove those things to me. You straighten that out. You show us the truth on these things, and then we'll talk. Until then, step off, okay? And that's where we're at with it. Thank you, Twiz. I appreciate that. And thank you guys for hitting 101 likes. That's awesome. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you, bro. So, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, if this was a cut and dry, you did it, he did it, they know it, and we know it, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this shit right now. We wouldn't be looking for missing footage from the cameras, or missing times, or missing this or missing that, or any of that stuff. It would be what it is, and we would know that. And it's not. And that's why I'm not okay with saying he did this. Period. Welcome, Carolyn. Good to see you today. So, again, guys, and we'll get into this conversation more too once we get through the rest of these. We'll stop and talk about these too at any time. Eddie, Jesse, you want to talk about when we're reading through these, or anybody in chat? Let me know. We'll stop. We'll start discussing it, or we can do it after the fact. Either way. That is what we have, and it fits. That club might be very well leave the mark. That, huh? Wait a minute. Hold on. What are you saying, JS? Did I miss something else for that? 1 second. Oh, wait. No, you're talking to Brian. Okay. Sorry about that.
I think I know what he's saying though, because
club.
Kaylee's got the stripes on her mouth from the apparent gagging, and he's indicating that a golf club does have a line pattern on it, on a putter, I think, or maybe even, I don't think irons would have that, but a putter would have that. So
the facial problem, the facial injuries and stuff could make some sense. Striping, as Brian or as Steve put it, I'm sorry. And they took golf clubs and never brought them back. Why did you take the golf clubs? For what reason? So interesting.
I just remembered something, and it might be very important. Dago, do you remember hearing enhanced audio on the 911 call, or are you against any enhanced audio on any videos?
No, I listened to all of it. Everything
do you remember hearing something about take that watch, get that watch, grab that watch?
I noticed it. Yes, I pointed it out in here when we were listening to it. At least get the watch for me, or something like that. That was supposedly Hunter saying that.
Well, were you? I just recently, apparently in this document dump, Shannon Gray illegally, apparently, or quasi legally, obtained a Google Watch that belonged to Kaylee, without, it should have never been returned to the family, and he somehow went and grabbed it and got it, and they wanted him to give it back, or there was like what are you doing with that watch? And he reported it to them. Yeah, I've got her watch, kind of thing. Something clicked in my head. I was like, hey, weren't they talking about that on the 911 call?
Yeah.
And when you put those two things together, I mean, that starts to, you can start to draw some pretty sinister conclusions about the importance of that watch.
Well, that's not the only thing that was not been paid attention to in the calls that we listened to. That was said very clearly. I heard that. At one point, you hear him scream, "Shut the fuck up," loudly. And I mean loudly. That was said too. That was never talked about after that. Why are you saying that? That's nah. Okay. So I have issues with all that. I do. So
you combine that with Hunter's phone being at the crime scene during the crime. I mean, Hunter's looking really, I'd like to see geofence data of Hunter's phone, Molly, all these questions, DeCoeur, Showalter, Hunter, Molly, the DoorDash driver, Brian, throw Brian in there, get the geofence data and see which of these groups of people were in the same place at the same time ever. And right. If you could show me that like a week prior, Showalter, DeCoeur, and Hunter are all hanging out together, I'm really going to have questions. I can agree. Warren, there was 2 or 3 sets of clubs in the house. I think one set was in the Jeep, and there were 2 sets inside, and I think they left. I remember watching them leave out with a set. I don't know who they belonged to, but I don't know that they were ever given back. So I don't know what the deal is with it. But that's about the best I can give you, Warren. I believe they did keep a set of clubs for whatever reason. And I think I said a long time ago, I even did an entire video on how, based on what Steve was telling us about the injuries, that a golf club broken half could be used as a weapon and what type of an injury it could cause. And that's why I thought maybe the clubs were taken. They could also be used as a
a weapon and as far as swinging and smashing somebody's face in or wounding them in the head or knocking them out anyway. It can be used in different ways, folks. And that's why I thought that the clubs were taken. There was a set in the spare room, yes. And I think there was a set in Xana's room too, I think. Don't quote me on that one. It's been a while. One set was Dana's, one set was Ethan's, and maybe it was Bethany's too. That could be right. Debbie, you could be right. So on we go. This next one here, folks, we're at number 296, so we're getting real close to the end. This was Ken Dustin Blaker, contact with Kitsap County in reference to a tip that was given to the FBI. And it says on December 8th of 22, I was asked to follow up on a tip submitted to the FBI from an unknown person in Kitsap County. The tip provided a male in his 60s was seen trying to entice children in Kingston, Washington, and he was driving a white Hyundai Elantra with Washington plates. That's the numbers blacked out. The report also stated the male possibly worked or hung out near the Arco gas station in Kingston, Washington. The tip also stated the male had reported that he was thinking of moving to Moscow. Interesting. Contacted a deputy, Aaron Logdale, and asked him if anyone had made a report to them from 21 about an older male trying to entice children. Deputy Logdale advised me that they did have a report and stated the case was closed, and he did not believe they ever identified a suspect in this case. The plate returned to a C blank or JB from blank Washington. Deputy Logdale provided me with this info and then told me he would go to Arco gas station to do some follow-ups. Deputy Logdale called me back a short time later and told me he talked to several employees at Arco and none of them remember any older male matching that description or anyone who drove a white Hyundai Elantra. Deputy Logdale provided me with a report number in case I needed it. On August 6th, I received an email for discovery, and it was asking if we had any reports from this tip. Once I remembered what the tip was and what I did with it, I realized I never called Kitsap County back. Surprise. Once again, failing to do your job. On August 8th, I called Kitsap County and received a copy of Deputy Logdale's agency assist report he completed for his assistance with me, and I also received a copy of the original report submitted to Kitsap County on April 15th of 21. No suspect was ever identified in the case from Kitsap County, and nothing from this tip led us to believe it was related to this homicide case. Of course not. And the rest is all the technical stuff to it. Pretty sad. Once again, just blow it off because guess what? It's not Brian Kohberger. It seems to me like a lot of the tips that were put in here because they did not relate to Brian were ignored. That's my opinion. Okay, so next up we have, this one is one of Payne's reports. This is on Eugene or White Elantra follow-up. This was the White Elantra that was found in Oregon. Yes. Says on Tuesday, August 6th of 24, I received another discovery request from the defense counsel in this case asking for documentation about a tip received and later acknowledged in an MPD press release about a white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. Now I'm going to stop right here and discuss something about this with you. I don't know factually, but I was told that there were multiple requests from the defense put in for discovery about this this white Elantra in Oregon, and they were denied and ignored. Okay, I want to know why, and why is Ann asking for so many times for this? And I said before that it cannot be that much of a coincidence that this car exists the way it does, and where it was, who owned it, and how it ended up the way it did. I don't believe in that much coincidence, folks. I just don't. Okay. If that's the case, we'd be talking about stuff completely different right now. So at that point, I have to wonder, is there some form of a connection with that car in this case? They left it sit there for how long? They didn't do anything with it. Basically allowing for, if it was any form of a crime scene, for it to be destroyed. Okay.
Didn't somebody come out and say that car belonged to somebody who lived in the neighborhood?
It belonged to at one
Kelly
point.
Farley?
At one point, that car from my understanding, belonged to the owner of the home, Dan Estes. Okay, that's my understanding. I can't be 100 on that, folks, but it was definitely in his name at some point. Welcome, Kylie. Thank you for joining us today. So
Yeah, that is too much of a coincidence.
way too much. Okay, way too much. Dan Estes' name was on that title at some point. So yeah, how is that even remotely possible? Come on. It's a white Elantra found abandoned and wrecked in another state that belonged to the guy that owns the house the murders happened in. Come on, give me a break. Moonbreaker, welcome. Good to see you. So there's that.
Concerning these two most recent reports that you've been reading just now, have either of you, Jesse, Dago, watched Pavarotti's latest video about that this morning?
This morning, no, I haven't seen this.
I watched last night's, not this morning's.
Okay, so everyone's homework after this live stream is to go watch that, because the answers about that Elantra are in his video. He'll explain it all.
We may have to review that towards the end then. I don't know. Is it a long one, Eddie, or is it just typical?
It's mediocre. Maybe it's like 25 minutes.
Okay. We may have to review that then, because I've been reviewing a lot of his stuff lately that's made a lot of sense. So we shall see.
You know,
he's pretty good at making sense.
Yeah.
Here's a pro tip. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but since he speaks a little bit slower, if you play the video at like 1 1/4, even sometimes 1 1/2, it doesn't take away or detract, you know.
Okay. We can get
some
to
people
it quicker.
speak so fast that if you increase the speed, it's hard, you know, their speech, the words are so close together that it's hard to distinguish what's being said. But not so much with his videos. You can kind of blast through them at, you know, increased speed, and it's still very easy to follow.
Right. Yeah. Very good point. Well, we can do that for sure. Good point too, Twiz, with that. To be fair, he said, do we know that there is an Elantra by 1122? We know that part of that footage is the cop's car. 100%. I agree with you on that one. If not most of that footage that they're calling. So if there is a car involved that is an Elantra, I still am telling you, I don't believe that Brian had any involvement with his car in this whatsoever. He wasn't there. Okay. So he couldn't have been. And that's real easy now that we know many people have this car. Jack Showalter's brother has this car. A friend of Kim, WSU mom Kim's daughter, has this car. Ian Hart had one of these cars at some point. So come on. Okay.
Man, there's a lot of people in the chat saying different stories about that car.
Mm-hmm. Welcome, Hope. So, and that explains something else too. If you guys don't know who Jesse James Bailey is, you will. I will explain. 1 second here. Okay, so it says they were asking for documentation about a tip received and later acknowledged in an MPD press release about a white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. The FBI tip line also received numerous tips about this vehicle. It was found that no report was written, surprise, at the time, which documented what information was obtained by the investigative team. However, the vehicle was deemed to be irrelevant to the investigation. Of course it was. Of course it was. Welcome, Tony. Good to see you. See? Tony said he had a 2014 Elantra. I have 3 or 4 friends that have had Elantras too. It was a very basic car. And it, you know, I think it was one of the cheaper of the many Hyundais that they make. In order to obtain information likely used to make this determination, I contacted Eugene PD on August 8th, 2024, and requested any information they had about the white Elantra. I later received a secure email from EPD containing 4 attachments. The first was a press release referencing the vehicle. The other 3 were incident reports about the vehicle, and the following information was obtained from the incident report. white Elantra bearing Colorado license plate number blank, 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 was involved in a crash on 12/17 in Eugene, Oregon. Law enforcement and fire responded and contacted the driver. The vehicle was reported two other times, hence the other two reports. One driver's license was run during the report and was listed as A blank blank R blank. That's something I didn't know. I want to put that down. The vehicle was crashed and had extensive front end damage. The RO of the vehicle was determined to be AG, registered owner. Blank. It is unclear who contacted G at the time of the report, but the determination was made that the vehicle was of no interest to investigators. The information provided by EPD is attached to this case. And then the rest is all the technical shit. Did you really look into that? Did you really look into those names is my question, because I don't think you did. That's all I'm saying. Just my own personal opinion.
This is consistent too with what we've been saying for so long. Is they're just, it's evident, very apparent that they're taking Brian Koberger's ability to defend himself at trial away from him. Anything that's exculpatory to him will not be allowed in anything showing the real case of the events, you know, the real perpetrators that night. That has been deleted from all existence, buried. So
every bit of it, sir. Yes, sir.
Again, that helps explain what's going on. People are having a hard time understanding how an innocent person, you know, if he's innocent, why would he plea? I mean, if that doesn't help you to understand a little bit, then I don't know. Maybe it's just a hopeless case. Maybe you never will. That's always a possibility for some, just to be
right.
Seeing things at face value and not being able to see things, to be open-minded and think outside the box, so to speak.
A good point, sir. Good point. Very good point. Thank you, Scully. I appreciate you, buddy. Next up. If like I said, the way this was dealt with from what I can see from the outside looking in, any tips or information they got, if Brian Koberger's name wasn't stuck on it, they didn't even look at it. That's how I feel. They definitely, I just feel like, okay, this is who and what, and this relates to this and that. Unless they saw Brian Christopher Koberger attached, they didn't even look at it. That's how I feel, truly. We're on number 298, guys. So we got roughly 16 more to go and we're done. This one here is another Brett Payne report on Tuesday, August 6th of 24. Received another discovery request from the defense counsel in this case, asking for the identity of blank in reference to surveillance video of Mogan and Gonsalves the night of the homicide. It was determined with limited information available at the time that blank was likely AL. Got to be Adam, in my opinion. I don't know his last name. I can't remember his last name, but I'm guessing
Landa or Lauda.
Lauda or something. Luda. Yeah, thank you. Worked at the Corner Club and was a friend of the victims and Jack DeCour. Lauda was interviewed by ISP detectives on 11/18 of 22, and the interview was documented under ISP Supplemental number 5. Did you record it, Brett? Did you record it? Because that doesn't. You always said
so this interview will tell us what they told Adam is what it'll be about.
Yes, and that's the kind of stuff that I would love to FOIA if I ever could, was those interviews and audio that was between any tips or anything like that, because I'm not going to get much because he didn't record most of it. And all this says is it was documented under ISP Supplemental number 5. It doesn't say it was recorded because he doesn't do that. Adam should have been one of the most looked into and most recorded interviews out there because his name was said that night in a what I could take as a derogatory way, possibly. I'd still like to know what Maddie said to him.
She told him everything.
Uh-huh. Do you still think, I mean, God rest you, Sherry. Sherry, Wisdom Speaks, swore to God that whatever that was had everything to do with this case, in her opinion.
Well, nobody's ever told us what, if it was innocent,
Right.
you would think that Jack DeCour, Emily Hunter, all these people that are talking and doing interviews with Dateline and James Patterson and Amazon, why aren't, in fact, that was not even mentioned, was it, in any of those books?
Nope. Nothing.
Because they don't want to have to answer that question.
That's why I agree with Sherry, and I think that it absolutely is that important because nobody's talked about it. It was not in any documents. It was not in any of these reports. Adam does not get brought up at all, and I feel like that in itself says how important it is, possibly, folks. That could be the key to this whole thing. That's all I'm saying. This is again Brett Payne. This is number 299. On August 7th, I emailed PR, Support Services Manager for the Pullman Police Department, in order to request the following information related to this case: all reports, videos, photographs, notes, and communications from Pullman Police Department regarding their involvement in this case, including, but not limited to, all records from Sergeant Chris Engel, copy of love spreadsheet, as referenced in Sergeant Engel's email to Pullman PD officers. This information was requested by defense counsel in this case on Monday, August 19th and Tuesday, August 20th. I received the requested information from R. Blank. The files provided contained extensive email correspondence related to the search for Koberger's name in the PPD email system, spreadsheets from OFC, Love St. Andre, and Sergeant Engel, MPD vehicle list, and an Axon body camera download. PPD also advised they searched their IM database for the keyword Koberger for everything greater than 000000 to 216 and 23 and found zero results. Imagine that. All these items were burned to a CD and booked into MPD evidence for discovery. Of course. Yeah, he didn't clear it up either. He never did. Which tells me that's one other reason why it's that important. All right, guys. After this one, we got 14 left. We're at number 300. And well, let me see what this says first. I
wonder when it's going to start to implicate Brian, somebody says in the chat.
Has anybody seen that? Actually, that one.
300 pages in, and where's the part about Brian?
That's my point. Sarge made that point last night that thus far I'm at number 301 because 300 means nothing. But out of 314, I'm at 301, folks. We have 13 more to review. Okay. And out of those, not one time has any of this said anything about Brian Koberger. Can anybody explain that? Because I sure don't understand.
Well, according to McDonough, they're trying to cover up how bad the details are.
Okay.
Because Bricado told him it was really sexual.
There was no sexual aspect to it whatsoever.
I know, it's amazing that a guy can wake up halfway, but it's like it's like that period of time when you wake up in the morning and you can't move yet, but you can open your eyes and you can see and hear.
Yep. Agreed. Or the details of how bad they effed up. Yeah, it's probably that's what he should be saying. Yeah. Did it ever it one document related to the sheath, Christina, and it was them transporting the sheath to the place that they took it to. That's all it was. One person doing it that I don't trust. So there's that. But it took me halfway to get quite a ways in before they even brought that up. That should have been one of the first things talked about, in my opinion. So this here is Brett Payne. Narrative on this is transport video review. On August 28th to 24, I received an email from Deputy Prosecutor Ashley Jennings containing a link to a recent inmate transport wherein one inmate mentioned Koberger. I accessed the secure link and watched the video. The male inmate blank blank was being transported to southern Idaho and was talking to a female inmate blank blank. During their conversation, blank stated he was housed in max security, to which blank replied, "Oh, you were in there with Koberger." Blank stated he was. Blank asked, "How is he?" Blank stated a fucking weirdo. Blank continued to say if he wasn't worried about further legal repercussions, he would have physically assaulted Koberger. Blank then asked Blank if Koberger did it referencing the homicides. Blank affirmed this statement and added that he had a pretty good judgment of people and that his Koberger's eyes tell a story. This was the extent of the conversation about Koberger. Based off limited information conveyed by Blank and the fact that he did not mention speaking to Koberger about the homicides, there will be no further follow-up conducted with Blank. Well, I'm going to tell you something, guys. If you want to base the fact that you think Brian did this and you're going to call him a murderer because of his eyes, then you better call his sister Amanda a murderer too, because they have the same damn eyes. Same eyes. So, is she a murderer too? Just saying. That's right. Jack Katovich had a white launcher too. Thank you. That was the other name I was trying to remember earlier and I couldn't. So there it is. Once again, this is just another inmate making stupid statements because the guy seems off. He's weird. That makes him a bad person. Shame on you. I have a lazy eye when I'm really tired. I get one too like that, Joanne. It's weird. Just like my grandfather did. No, it doesn't mean you're weird. Twiz said you're guilty, Joanne. You're guilty.
I am weird, and I'm not going to go into detail about why, but I just am.
I think we could all kind of get that from you, Jesse, to some extent. To some extent, my friend. We still love you either way. It's okay. I'm weird, for Christ's sakes. Who cares?
You'd be weird, too, if you lived in a country where nobody speaks English for 26 years.
That would be strange.
My entire adult life, man. Came here as a kid.
And you speak, it's weird because I would have expected you to have more of a bit of an accent to your, because you speak both and you're there listening to that and speaking with your family for all sakes too. I think you would have a little bit of a different tinge to your voice. That's all. But no, not at all. And you do your show as speaking English and all that, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, see?
Yeah, I work for an American company, so there's no connection to Asia. I'm working despite living in Asia, not because I'm not living in Asia because of the work, but
sure.
But I'm exposed to a lot of Australian, British, South African. Mm-hmm. So my English accent is, I would normally sound a lot more like Twiz because Twiz is from the Pacific Northwest. Right. I'm from just across the border, Vancouver Island. There's a certain accent. I can hear it when I recognize it when I hear it. I should sound like them, but I think my accent is more Americanized.
It is definitely. You speak better than most of us do. That's true. Normal is boring. That's why none of us are normal. Because we're definitely not boring. See, Good Trouble said it's definitely Canadian for you, which I don't hear the Canadian side to it. Truly, I don't. Maybe when you say
normally I get, well, there's certain words. There's certain words that you can, like, Canadians aren't going to say roof. It's got to be roof.
Yeah.
So there's certain words like that if you're paying attention, I will.
The only way I caught it, Jesse, was when you said Vancouver Island. I could hear that. Vancouver, the words Vancouver by any Canadian comes out Vancouver and not Vancouver like I would say it. So, and I get it. That was the only way I knew. But besides that, you have very good. Then again, you also were a teacher at one point, so your speaking skills, I'm sure, come from that aspect as well. In my opinion, of course.
Jesse, I'm gathering then within your country, your home birth country, which is Canada, right? If I'm understanding. Yeah. I'm assuming in your birth country, then you have different. What would it be? Like we do in the United States, we have different
localisms and stuff.
Yeah. So in Vancouver, it would be different than, say, like in Ottawa.
Yeah, there would be different localisms.
Dialects.
Well, I wouldn't say they're dialects. It's not a very noticeable difference. Maybe on the East Coast, the Newfoundlanders would sound really weird. Yeah, it's difficult to explain, but yeah, certain communities are going to sound a little bit different.
Well, like here, like I'm in the northeast, okay, and I'm right below Canada. Truly, I've been told I have an accent. I don't hear it. Now if you go to Minnesota,
They have an accent for sure.
They definitely remind me somewhat of a Canadian accent to an extent. Minnesota, the way they say the name of the state and things like that. Now the further south you go here, there's more of a twang to people's language down there, and that's what I call a dialect. I guess that's wrong, but it does definitely change from north to south, east to west in some senses here too. So mostly northern Minnesota, right, Meg? But yeah, that's what I was meaning by the dialect. So I guess that's probably not the right term for it, but yeah. And I was wondering, that's a good question, Eddie, if in Canada, in different areas, it's different like that too, is what I guess that's what I thought you were asking, because that's what I would have thought too.
I would say that the people sound this more similar from Seattle or Vancouver than they would say Seattle to Michigan or Detroit or Toronto. People in Toronto would sound probably more like people in Michigan than they do people in Vancouver. Right.
And I mean, Eddie, you're in Minnesota, right?
Yes.
That's what I thought. See, Eddie doesn't come off as having that same accent I expect to hear from somebody from Minnesota. So that's why I was kind of shocked about that. But different words that are said, you can kind of tell. Because that, like, for instance, like I think typically said pop or soda and different things. There's different words used in different areas. So yeah. Jersey girl. There's definitely an accent there. Definitely. I've never heard you speak, but I guarantee you there is. Sherry's from Toronto. It's totally different from Alberta. Gotcha. Eddie, to me, see, I don't hear it. I don't hear it, Brian. I don't hear it. So be it. We're all amazing people, though. That's all that matters. So, Toronto. That's how Canadians pronounce Toronto. Toronto? Okay. Let's see. When I go to Scotland, see, that's something else I noticed that UK. Well, Michael was in here earlier. I don't know if he still is, and so is Scott. Like, there's different like dialects in the UK too. I didn't realize that. From like people that are in Manchester, as can people from Liverpool and places like where Ozzy was from. That's why he talked the way he did. I was told because of where he was from. His dialect was like that. It's pretty wild. I didn't realize that, but
I think some of those differences though are really extreme. Like, I think if you're speaking proper Cockney, you go 100 miles north and they won't be able to understand what you're saying, even though you're in the same country. Right. Same goes for Australian. And I tried to learn some of this from some of the rough, what are they, merchant seamen, Australian merchant seamen that I used to hang around with. And they taught me how to speak a little bit of the criminal language, the rhyming slang that they use so that the feds can't understand what they're saying.
Right. My friend from Australia, David, like we were talking about that one night too, and there's a definite difference for him, he said, he's from Perth, I believe, as compared to my other friend Lisa, who lived in Victoria. You could hear the difference in their voices combined. It was crazy. They were on here together one time, and you could hear the difference, and it's wild because before that, I just heard Australian language or a voice that was from Australia, and I just thought that was Australian, but there's definite differences. It's really interesting once you start to figure it out.
There's a scene in the movie Austin Powers where he speaks, him and what's the guy's name? The guy that plays his dad?
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine, yeah. Mike Myers and Michael Caine speaking back and forth in Cockney, and you wouldn't be able to understand a word of it. It's all rhyming slang and replacing words and phrases.
It's funny because Michael Caine, Miss Lisa, yes, Jody. Michael 007 that comes in here, I swear to you, and Michael Caine are the same person. They sound identical. They truly sound identical when they speak. And it's so weird to me. I had to look hard too, because in a sense, he almost has a resemblance to him. It was weird. when I first saw him, and I had to say, a couple people asked him in the chat at that time too, but he sounds just like him. There he is. See, there he is right there. He sounds just like him, guys. Just like him. It's crazy. My wife even said it. Like, oh my God, that sounds like Michael Caine. He sounds just like him. It's crazy.
Well, next time you get him on, tell him to teach us some rhyming slang.
There you go. There you go. And what does that mean? She just called me a diamond geezer. Can anybody tell me what that means? Because I've never heard that in my life.
Diamond is of highest quality, and geezer is
An old person?
An older gentleman, I think. I think you can. I don't think you have to be that old to be a geezer. I think I could be a geezer too.
I'm a high quality old man. There you go. I guess it's better than being low quality. I appreciate that then. Thank you.
Another word that they might use to describe you, which would not make much sense to you, would be the C word. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a term of endearment in Australian and British culture. It doesn't mean they don't like you. It means they really like you.
That's what David told me too. He called me that one time, and I'm like, did I piss you off? And he was like, no, brother, no. And then he explained, I went, okay, well, we have the opposition over here. So, but yeah.
Well, there's a guy named Kevin Wilson who did a song saying you can't say that in Canada.
Right.
Because you certainly can't say that in Canada. You won't get away with it.
Yep. Absolutely. I lived in Manhattan, England for a year and came home with a strong accent. Oh, I'll bet, Debbie. Definitely. I think that's probably one of the most prominent languages that would push an accent like that. Yes. Scottish is deep. Can anyone help me get into Dago's Discord? Oh, yeah. Carrie, all you got to do is email Brandy at momof350@aol.com, and she'll send you the link there. Twiz says, I love the C word. Of course you do. And I appreciate that. Thank you, MB. Thank you again for the compliment. I'll take it as. I appreciate it. How's it? Welcome and hi. Good to see you. Excuse me. Next up is another one from Brett Payne. I don't know why I keep knocking these down. It's not what I was trying to do. Let's see. On Tuesday, August 27th of 24, I received an additional email from KB, Public Records Officer for Pullman PD, stating they located additional communications referencing Kohberger. The email containing the secure link also stated the public records request was complete and would be closed once I accessed the information. I accessed Pullman PD's public records database and downloaded the included files. These files appeared to be almost entirely public records requests and media inquiries. I downloaded the files to a CD, which I booked into MPD evidence and blah, 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 like they say. Welcome, Sarah. Good to see you. So, let's see here. This next one, Brett Payne again. And this one says, this was September 16th of 24. On Monday, September 16th of 24, I spoke to blank, was an inmate at the Latah County Jail at the time and had been housed next to Kohberger since August of 2024 until Kohberger's transport to Ada County on September 15th of 24. I was made aware by Detective Vargas that blank spoke about Kohberger while on a phone call with his mother. I responded to the Latah County Jail and spoke to blank. I began by asking blank what he thought of Kohberger, having had to live next to him. Blank told me Kohberger was highly intelligent and polite for the most part. Blank told me Kohberger would often question him about his past criminal offenses and why he was in the maximum security wing of the jail. I asked blank what he thought of Kohberger's intelligence. Blank stated Kohberger was the smartest person he had encountered while in confinement. Blank told me Kohberger quickly became annoying because of some of his habits. He told me Kohberger would wash his hands dozens of times each day and would spend 45 minutes to an hour in the shower. I asked blank if Kohberger slept at night. He told me Kohberger would be awake most all night and would only take a nap during the day. Blank said he could hear Koberger moving around all night. Oh, was also annoying. I asked Blank if Koberger ever lost his temper. We read this one before. He told me on one occasion that Koberger was video chatting with his mother, which Blank said he did for hours each day. While Blank was watching sports, Blank said, "You suck" to one of the players on the team, at which point Koberger immediately got up and put his face to the bars and aggressively asked if Blank was talking about him or his mother. Blank said this was the only time Koberger lost his temper. I asked Blank if Koberger had mentioned anything about the crimes that he was charged with. Blank said Koberger did not mention his alleged offenses at all. Blank also told me Koberger was excited to move to Ada County. Blank stated that he had served time at Ada County and noted that he did not think Koberger would like it to be there. I thanked Blank for speaking with me and advised him to notify the Latah County detention deputies if he remembered anything else that he wished to tell me. Interesting. So he was clean. That's annoying, I guess. Well, I'd be annoying to other people too. I have that same issue in some aspects. Part of my OCD. Next up, number 304. This one says, let's see here. On Monday, September 16th of 2024, I received an email tip from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. The tip contained an image from an Instagram account titled Blank, which was taken from the Indian Cliffs area of Hayburn State Park. The photo is looking east over the lake with trees and mixed terrain in the foreground. Fore and midground, I'm sorry. The person who sent the tip, not the person who posted the image, circled an area of the image and wrote they thought it was a white vehicle parked in the trees. Upon review, it did not appear to be a vehicle parked in the trees, and the image was blurry then when zoomed in. I was able to locate the person who posted the image, RL. I called and asked if she remembered posting the image. She affirmed both. I asked her if she remembered seeing any vehicle that struck her as being out of the ordinary. She told me she did not and thought she would certainly have noted a vehicle in the area circled in the tip, as there is no realistic way a vehicle could get there. I asked her what time she thought she took the photo. L told me it was approximately 1100 hours on 11/13 of 22. L reiterated that there was nothing that struck her as being out of the ordinary on their hike or drive through the park. I thanked L for her time and ended our phone call. Interesting. All right, Jesse, no problem. Excuse me. Let's see. Next up, we have, excuse me, red paint again. On November 11th, on Monday, November 11th of 24, I was notified via email from Sergeant Gunderson that a woman named HH, let's see here, HH had called Whitcomb with information relating to this case. More specifically, she alleged that she could exonerate Koberger. H hung up with dispatch prior to them gathering further information, and the call notes were as follows. The caller is advising that she is trying to reach the attorney for Brian Koberger. She was a mandated reporter, victim advocate, and is advising that she has information that could prove his innocence. She sent the attorney a letter on to reach someone that can confirm they are representing Koberger. Attorney Ann Taylor, Law Offices. I called H when I returned on duty on November 14th of 24. I advised her of who I was and asked if she could relate the information she claimed to have. H told me she sent a letter to Ann Taylor's office with my information and would not disclose what she knew to me. I advised her it was my obligation to learn of possible exculpatory evidence. She told me she never had met Koberger or spoken to him, but that she knew he was not the person who committed the murders. I attempted to explain why it was important for me to know of the information she had, but H would only tell me to do a FOIA request so you can learn my maiden name She also stated, if I did so, the FBI would immediately contact me. I asked her if she had contacted the FBI, to which she replied she had not, but they would know as soon as I searched her name. H then said she did not want any further involvement and hung up on me. Well, that's wild. And that tells you right there that she did not trust him to be able to tell him.
That's right.
And that's a damn name. Or a damn shame.
By that time, we all felt the same.
Yeah, agreed. Very much agreed. And that's kind of interesting to hear that about the FOIA request. Learn the maiden name. And she also stated, if I did so, the FBI would immediately contact me. That's interesting. Very interesting. Jesse said, was it you, Heather? Or was it Kim? That's what I wondered too. If it was Kim, I don't know. I mean, obviously she used a different name, but that's quite interesting. All right. There's a lot of tips in the end here. This next one is, again, Brett Payne. On November 5th of 24, I was made aware of a tip reported during this investigation. The tip contained a screenshot of a thread of comments on an Instagram post. The user, blank, had posted about progress pictures for weightlifting. A person by the name of blank posted a response that stated, why did you kill those kids? To which blank responded by saying, for fun. Wow. I searched this Instagram profile and could not locate the post in question nor the comments associated. I called S on Monday, December 9th of 24, and asked him about the post. He said blank account was not his. S blank stated he only had one Instagram account under the username blank, and he rarely used it. I was able to find this profile, which was private, and the profile photo appeared to more closely resemble S than the blank account. I asked S if he ever lifted weights or posted about it. He said he has never been much of a weightlifter, and again stated the blank account was not his. I thanked S for talking to me and ended our conversation. And once again, something like that, as an investigator, I think I would look a little deeper into than just that. Eddie, can you agree or disagree?
I would agree.
And they didn't. They didn't. There it is, folks. Shoddy police work. Done, in my opinion, on purpose. Hey, Josie Joe. Good to see you, dear. Yes, blank. I'm 50. I guess you can call me old. I don't know how old that would be, but I feel old. I feel like I'm about 80. I'll be 51 in November. And then I'm really in my 50s. That's crazy to me. Next one up. Again, another Brett Payne document. We're almost there, folks. Almost there. This was the narrative on this is a park ranger follow-up, and that is Monday, November 9th of 2024. I spoke to park ranger DM, the park ranger for blank. I asked M if he was at the park, if he was the park ranger in 22, and he said he was. I asked him what his normal routine was for the park, and he told me he would check the park numerous times a day during the summer camping season, but the frequency of checking the park would decrease as the fall season proceeded. Because there were fewer visitors. I asked M if he remembered seeing anything suspicious surrounding the time of the homicides. M told me he lives on site at blank and did not remember anything out of the ordinary. He told me he would close the gate most nights, but not always, and he would not lock the gate. I asked him if he ever saw any suspicious vehicles, to include a white Elantra. M said he did not. M also told me that he did not remember any suspicious people in the area either. I asked M, 1 second, folks, I'm sorry. Sorry, my son was speaking to me real quick. Where I'm trying to pick up where I left out. Either I asked M if there were anything about that time, the homicides he thought I should know. He told me that there was not. M stated there were not security cameras or anything else that he could think of that would be of any help to the investigation. And again, that's it. Next up, Brett Payne again. This is a narrative tip follow-up. Friday, December 2nd at 24, MM came into MPD and requested to speak to me referencing a tip concerning the homicides. I spoke to M in the PD lobby. I did not record our conversation. Surprise. M began by sliding me a note that asked if MPD was looking for a second person who could be responsible for the homicides. The note described a male, and the bottom said if MPD was not looking for another person to slide the note back to me, and she would leave. I told M it was our duty to investigate tips that could result in exculpatory information. M reluctantly slid me another stack of handwritten letters. I read most of these letters and learned they concerned ZF. That's a new name. ZF. I'll have to figure out, Molly, who is ZF. M blank, the letters described how F had lived near 1122 King Road approximately 6 months prior to the homicides and had made comments to M about how the parties kept him up at night. M also wrote F had behaved strangely after the homicides and had injuries to his hands. The rest of the letters concerned F's other behavior and suspected hacking activities, according to MM. Also stated she gave consent for her DNA kits she submitted in reference to a past unrelated report from August of 22 to be used. That's got to be Molly, I wonder. MM. In talking with M, I learned F's strange behavior, not talking to M for extended periods of time, showing her memes at strange times, riding his scooter to Pullman, had been ongoing for several years prior to the homicides. M seemed concerned that F had psychotic tendencies and made her nervous at times. M stated that F wore gloves almost always and had wounds on his hands and face on more than one occasion, which he stated were from scooter crashes. Aside from the fact that F lived near 1122, I later confirmed that he lived at blank until June of 22 and behaved strangely. M did not have any further reason to suspect blank as being involved. She was mostly concerned about his ongoing strange behavior. I told M if his behavior ever made her fear for her life to call 911. She said she would do so. I had thanked M for her time, and she left the letters with me, which I have attached to this case. Now, that's strange.
Real quick, I just want to point out in the previous page that you were reading, there was a point where there was a period between the last word of one sentence ended with M, and then there was a period, and then the first word of the next sentence started with M, and you had kind of overlooked the period, so you thought MM was the initials, which it's not.
Gotcha. Okay, so next up we have TS, which is blanked out. This is the one, the so-called refrigerator issue, folks. It says, on Friday, January 24th at approximately 0750 hours, I arrived at the Moscow PD to start my shift. When I reached my door, I could hear an electronic beeping noise. Upon entering, I determined the noise was an alarm sounding from the evidence refrigerator unit. The digital temperature display read 60 degrees Fahrenheit when I left work the day before. Thursday, January 23rd at 1200, there was no alarm sounding. The evidence freezer, which is a separate unit, was not affected. I immediately contacted my supervisor, Captain Hathaway. Captain Hathaway recommended I transfer the items stored in this refrigerator to our secure outbuilding where other evidence is kept. Due to the lower temperatures outside, I turned off the heating units inside the storage area and opened the large garage door to allow the inside temperature to drop quickly. The outside temperature was freezing that morning, and within 10 minutes, The inside temperature dropped below 50 degrees, which is the lowest number on the thermostat. All items were transferred by 0800 hours. By the way, this was January 30th of this year. At approximately 12:30 hours the next day, Captain Hathaway brought a new 20 cubic foot refrigerator into the outbuilding, which he plugged in and set the temperature. An hour later or so, I checked the temperature of this refrigerator. The thermostat read 40 degrees. I transferred all the items to this refrigerator, where they will be temporarily stored until the primary refrigerator unit is repaired. No DNA extracts were stored in the evidence refrigerator. Those are stored in the evidence freezer. Below is a list of items affected that were being stored in the evidence refrigerator. And conveniently enough, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blood swabs. And they were all ruined. Oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Holy shit. Okay, so these are all blood swabs. We also have DNA blood cards, head hair, pubic hair, right nail clipping, left nail clipping, trace evidence hand, swab right wrist, swab right, I don't know what that is, LW. These are all swabs, anal, oral, penile, wrist swabs. These are all evidential swabs, folks. Every one of them. They're all from victims, it looks like. Okay. So no DNA. This is insane. It was just left open, huh? There's more down here too. Look at all these. These were all affected. We got buccal swabs here. That's blacked out there on the end. So these are all, looks to me like buccal, like witness buccal swabs, possibly right here. That's why they're blacked out. Or not witness, maybe witness, or anybody that was around this scene or whatever. But they're all no good. Earplugs, lollipop sticks, nail clippers, all sorts of things. All this shit was ruined, guys. God, that's a lot. And if anybody says that wasn't done on purpose, I'm gonna have to argue that, because that's just a little too convenient for me.
Just another coincidence.
Once again, that's why I said, yeah. And all you have to do is very quickly walk in and flip the door open and walk out for the night. That's it. Kind of convenient. That's all I'm going to say. Within this case. Any other case, I'd say, hey, okay. It was an accident. It happened, so on and so forth. But again.
I agree, Dago. And like I always say, it's just that we can't prove it.
Right. Hey, SRBBBB. Good to see you. Certain other things, I don't know. I mean, all samples, I think, have to be refrigerated. I don't know about the other swabs and stuff like that of what they had swabbed. I don't know how it would, if it would ruin it or if it wouldn't ruin it. I don't know. The point is that it happened. January of this year. Yes, Joanne. Thank you for joining us, SRB. Hope you're having a good day. A couple people was asking for you. There she is, guys. This next up we have is Danny Vargas. This was April 4th of this year. That's what I was thinking too, or keeping it from drying out or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. Midnight at the Man Shiel. Thank you for joining us. The fridge broke the day after the hearing about the IgG. That's interesting. What a coincidence. They can test blood from years and years that sat in boxes, so why not? I don't know if it was just blood swabs. I think the other stuff that was swabbed could have been different things, maybe body fluids of sorts, possibly tissue fluids, maybe. I don't know, but that is a good point. The vitamin supplement seized from Koberger's vehicle on April 3rd. I assisted TS and the prosecution team with reviewing the evidence in this case. A question was brought up if Amidine Vegan D3K2 vitamin supplement bottle, which had been seen in several photographs, had been booked into evidence. S stated it had not. Surprise. S checked with Detective Payne and was informed the vitamin bottle was still located in the trunk of Koberger's white Elantra. Jesus. I broke the evidence seal on the driver's side door of the Elantra, opened the trunk with the release lever, also breaking the evidence seal on the trunk. I located the Imidine in the trunk with a plastic Ziploc baggie. I collected the bottle out of the trunk, counted the soft gel capsules in the bottle, 22 capsules out of 120, and booked the bottle into MPD evidence. I placed new evidence seals on the driver's door and the trunk of the vehicle. I took photos of the seals of the bottle and copied the photos. And that's just, see, that should never happen. That should never happen. Yeah, they did everything correct. Yeah, that's the joke of the year, SRB. So many damn mistakes and ignorantly, purposely done things, in my opinion. Too many of them. Hey, Scott, good to see you, bud. Number 311. Transfer of fingerprints. On May 29th, and this is, sorry, guys. Andrew Fox. Transfer of Jack DeCour's fingerprints. On May 29th of 25, Idaho State Patrol ISP Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson called and advised that Jack DeCour was scheduled to provide fingerprints at the ISP lab in Coeur d'Alene at 1300 hours. Lieutenant Gilbertson requested that I respond to the ISP lab at the time and take custody of the fingerprints so they could be booked into evidence at the Moscow PD and then be sent to the ISP lab in Boise. I responded to the ISP lab and met with ISP staff and observed Jack provide the requested prints. The prints were sealed in ISP envelope. ISP staff and provided to me. The chain of custody was filled out in the envelope sealed with evidence tape. Why is he just now giving fingerprints at this time, or doing it again, I should say? That's weird. Definitely strange to me. Very interesting for at the least. Okay. Dustin Blaker. This is additional responding. No. Interview with EA. Emily Onstadt. On May 22nd of 25, I received an email from prosecutor Bill Thompson with a request for contact from a LA. LA wanted to report her daughter, EA, and one of her friends, AN, saw photos of them on Dateline from the latest special in reference to the Moscow murders. I contacted L on May 22nd and 25, and she responded to stated that she would be available on May 23rd, but I was not able to contact her on that date. May 29th, I called L and spoke to her by phone. L told me her daughter, I guess maybe it isn't Emily, E watched the Dateline special, and when they were talking about photos of WSU students on Brian's phone, E was able to identify several of the photos of her and one of her friends. A as being photos reported to have been found on Koberger's phone. I asked L if I could talk to E, and she provided E her phone. Oh, that's why I can't see it, because I didn't blow it up, stupid. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. E told me the following. E was a student at WSU in the fall of 22 and was in a class where Koberger was a TA. E was in a class with her friend, AA, was interviewed by ISP detectives Jacob Schweck on March 2nd of 23. E told me that she had never talked to Koberger during the class, but he did sit in close proximity to her. On rare occasions, he would attend class. E told me that she thought Koberger was socially awkward, but was not able to provide me any other information about him. I asked E how she knew the photos were of her and A. E told me that she watched the Dateline episode and she was able to tell the photos, which she believed had been taken off her Instagram account. E told me during 22, her account was public, and this was possibly how Koberger found her photos. E was not able to provide me any other information related to this case. I certified her declared under perjury and all that other fun stuff. Yes. And again, that was signed off and reviewed by Dallinger. Additional Amazon purchases located in Ryan's car. All right. Danny Vargas. On June 26th of 25, I searched through Koberger's vehicle looking for the following items, which were on his Amazon purchase list. Ordered on June 20th of 22, I previously looked up all the items ordered and had a photo of what the products looked like. Lead brand scissor jack, 1.5 tons, 3,307 pounds, capacity ratchet handle, saving strength design. EP automatic 14-inch heavy-duty universal lug wrench, 4-way cross wrench. Dorman 926-021 spare tire for the select Hyundai Kia models. Worksite tire inflator, air compressor, portable 20-volt cordless tire pump, 150 psi with digital pressure gauge, rechargeable Li-ion battery, and 12-volt car battery adapter. Orcish 70 pieces tire repair kit, heavy-duty tire plug kit, flat tire repair kit, tire patch kits, puncture repair kit, 70 pieces. Cartman warning triangle, dot approved, identical to United States FMVSS. Reflective warning road safety triangle kit, pack of 3. TSMPD evidence technician unlocked the secured garage where Koberger's Hyundai Elantra was being stored. I took photos of the vehicle and the intact evidence seals prior to entering the vehicle. I opened the driver's side door, opened the trunk using the trunk release lever, breaking both the driver's side and trunk evidence seals. I took photos of the trunk and the items in the trunk. I removed all the items from inside the trunk. I located the following items in the trunk, which matched the Amazon purchased items, and took photos of them. No brand, 70 pieces tire repair kit, heavy-duty tire plug kit, flat tire repair kit, tire patch kits, puncture repair, in a black case. Cartman warning triangle approved again. So they broke the seal on his car 3 different times, or at least 2 other times, to go into that vehicle for whatever they're saying. Well, I don't know why they would need those things, but okay. None of those things should have anything to do with this, but that's whatever. It is what it is. And the last one we have here, number 314, states, again, Danny Vargas, M.M. agency reports and video collection. On June 26th of 25, I reached out to Pullman PD records technician R.R. and requested any reports, charging documents, and all recordings involving M.M. dated birth, blah, 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 1980, from June 1st through 22nd of 22, through May 31st of 25. I informed R I had located the following reports involving M in Spillman related to PPD. And then a bunch of blank. R responded and provided me with a link to GovQA where I downloaded all the reports of a body cam video and other recording provided. I reviewed the body. Oh, this is Molly McMichael's DoorDash stuff. And that was July 9th that they requested. So that video must have came out and then they wanted to see it after the fact. That's interesting. Because I know that video came out way before July 9th. On June 26th, I reviewed the body cam footage from DR, whatever those are, in the following video, Axon Flex 2, 24, 94, 2050 MP4 at approximately 8:30 minutes into the video. Molly talks about having to testify in the upcoming murder trial involving the 4 college girls because she is the DoorDash driver. Molly's voice is muffled, but it sounds like she says, I saw Brian there parked right next to him. On June 26th of 25, I contacted MPD Property Records Coordinator, MA, and requested any reports, charging documents, and all recordings involving MMM, date of birth, Molly McMichaels, okay, from June 1st, 22 through May 31st, 25. I informed A I had located the following reports involving Molly in Spillman. Wow. So once they heard that, they wanted to get that information, huh? On June 26th to 25, I contacted Whitman County Sheriff's Office Records Technician SM and requested any reports, charging documents, and all recordings involving Molly McMichaels from June 1st through 22 through May 31st, 25. I informed M that I had located the following reports involving Molly in Spillman related to WCSO. I downloaded all the reports and recordings provided by the 3 agencies and did all the other fun stuff that they do. And that's that. Well, that's interesting. So when did that change? That again, that date, folks, was July 9th of 25. That's the last document or last report there. That was reported again by, I think it was Danny Vargas. Yes. Not only can you not tell it's an Elantra on the footage, Molly McMichaels can't say an Elantra was there either. She sure can't. Yeah, she's definitely a very, very unreliable witness, in my opinion, as far as witnesses go. Bree said to look and pay attention to these dates. Have he not had to waive a speedy trial? Oh, I agree with you on that, Bree. Fully. Very, very fully. Let's see here. Let me see. July 9th. Didn't he do his plea on July 2nd? I thought so, Tomboy. Yep. All right, let me clear out some of these tabs real quick. And that does it for the supplemental reports, folks, for now. I don't see any new ones yet. There's no new documents. Again, not yet. Let me see something here. Lucy said that MPD requested that Pullman on June 26th. Right. Yes, ma'am. All right, now. 1 second. Oh, yeah, that's what we're going to do. So this is the one from 3 hours ago. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick.
Are you thinking that we made it through the reports completely?
We did that from what I've seen so far. We're going to go ahead and review this video that we talked about a little bit this morning. I think this is it.
Yeah, we're going to all go through withdrawals in this case.
Right. We'll get more.
Most of those reports pretty much are nothing. There's a few that are kind of notable.
Yeah. I do agree. It's a lot of nonsense. A lot of them are, but there was some interesting stuff in a couple good handfuls, I'll say. All right, so this was brought up this morning, and I said, because we do have some time, and it's not very long, so we're going to go ahead and review this because of some of the information that was in this. And again, this comes from Pavarotti or Jay Embry's channel. There it is. The link is in chat. Please go check it out, guys. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the like button. It's been putting out some really interesting stuff most recently that gives you a lot of reason to think about things. I'll just put it that way. So, let me see. We can set this up a little bit faster. Probably about right there. We'll be good to go.
Discuss the Idaho 4 case. Now, I had been telling you about some of the leads that I'd found in this document drop that were mind-blowing, that would explain a lot in this investigation, a lot in this case. And I hadn't put it out yet, though, because, to be very frank, as I was putting the video together, there was an incident here very close to where I live. And I live in the mountains, as I've stated in the past, away from everybody. However, if you were to go as the crow flies through my mountains, it's not too many miles away from a hiking area that a lot of people enjoy. And that hiking area is called Devil's Den. So when I heard news of an unaliving in Devil's Den, and then the initial reports where it was a guy clad in black and he attacked two people with a knife, made old Pop a little bit nervous there. So I wanted to wait until I put this out until there was some resolution in that case. However, I did put it out for members. So if you're a member, you've seen a lot of this video already. But since yesterday evening, they actually caught the guy that was responsible for the attack at Devil's Den, getting his hair cut at a hair salon, I have made the decision to go ahead and put it out there. This one right here is going to explain a lot. I have another one out to you this afternoon but I think it's important for everybody now to understand the information in these documents. Let's roll. Hey, good evening, members. I meant to get this one out to you last night. Let's see, it's Monday, right? Yeah, so last night, but I'm getting it out to you now. I've got to get it out there because I hate to be the only one that knows this information. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. Real close to where me and Miss Bob lives. People were just apparently assassinated by a guy clad in black with a knife on some hiking trails. So that's just strange. But here we go. All right, this is going to be number one, the Eugene, Oregon Elantra. You knew this one would perk my eyes and ears up. So starts off with, this is Brett Payne on August 13th, 2024. Now, why is he dealing with this so late in the game in 2024? Because on August 6th, 2024, he received another discovery request from the defense counsel in this case, asking for the documentation about a tip he received. So defense was wanting documentation of the Eugene, Oregon Elantra tip in August of 2024. And this is where it gets really interesting and finally lets us in on the Elantra. And it says, later acknowledged in an MPD press release about a white Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. So in this case, asking for documentation about a tip received and later acknowledged in an MPD press release about a white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. The FBI tip line also received numerous tips about this vehicle. It was found that no report was written at the time, which documented what information was obtained by the investigative team. So all that stuff they said about the Eugene, Oregon Elantra, not being part of the crime and being ruled out, they didn't even write a report for it. So, it was found that no report was written at the time, which documented what information was obtained by the investigative team. So the investigative team, meeting the one in the Koberger case, is the one that didn't write any reports about it.
Also tonight, after an extensive search for a white Hyundai Elantra, Moscow police believe one was spotted near the crime scene the night those students were killed, and they have long said that whoever was in the car could have critical information. Well, now they are aware of a white Hyundai Elantra located in Eugene, Oregon. That's the car you're looking at right now. We also just learned from Moscow police that car is registered out of Colorado. They believe it has no connection to the property in Moscow where the murders took place.
So when he says no report was written by the investigative team, what he really means is he didn't write a report. Good grief. However, the vehicle was deemed to be irrelevant to the investigation. So he says, don't worry, we deemed it to be irrelevant. Now let's see if he's got anything to back up his deeming to be irrelevant. In order to obtain the information likely used to make this determination, I contacted Eugene PD on August 8, 2024, and requested any information they had about the white Elantra. You'd think they'd give him back a whole bunch, wouldn't you? I later received a secure email from EPD containing 4 attachments. Wow, we got some serious information in these attachments, right? The first was a press release referencing the vehicle. And here it is. Boise, Idaho, Associated Press. Idaho police say they've determined that a white sedan found in Eugene, Oregon is not connected to the November 13th stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. The Moscow Police Department announced Tuesday that it was working with law enforcement in Eugene. Well, I guess that was a lie, to determine if the Hyundai Elantra left on the side of the road there after an injury crash was connected to the Idaho case. Injury crash, huh? Later that day, Moscow police said they determined the vehicle was not related to the case and asked members of the public to stop contacting the vehicle's owner. Yet the lead investigator in the case 2 years later is contacting the Eugene, Oregon police to determine what happened with that vehicle. So the attachments he gets back, 4 key things. The first one was just a press release that they themselves had put out explaining the vehicle was irrelevant. They received that back to themselves. Isn't that awesome? The other 3 were incident reports about the vehicle. The following information was obtained from the incident reports. The white Elantra bearing Colorado license plate, and then it gives a license plate, was involved in a crash on 12/17/22 in Eugene, Oregon. Now, let's talk about this for just a second. We know that that vehicle was found wrecked and abandoned in Eugene, and we know that because people on YouTube posted videos walking up to the Elantra at night showing that it was wrecked and abandoned, and they also showed that it had been there for a couple of days and that homeless people had been sleeping in it. Long before it ever hit the news, before they ever came and did an accident report. I mean, I could show you the video right now if you wanted me to.
Crazy. Yeah. I don't want to touch it and see if there is a license plate on it, but the VIN would be right. Oh, the VIN's right there. The VIN's right there. I just can't. Can you shine a light on that?
But instead, what they're saying is this thing had a license plate. Well, it wasn't on the vehicle when they got to it, so they must have looked up the last registered owner, just like the rest of us did. Now, they say it was involved in a crash on 12/17/22. However, there's no way for them to actually be able to determine that because the vehicle was found wrecked and abandoned.
So the name, the ZF that Molly found for us, I asked her, is Zachary Ferguson. That's what the name comes back to. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate your hard work, sis.
Law enforcement and fire responded and contacted the driver. Okay, they contacted the driver. Now, if the driver was in an accident with this vehicle and law enforcement and fire responded, why would they have to go and contact the driver? Why wouldn't the driver be there with the vehicle? Yeah. The vehicle was reported 2 other times, hence the other 2 reports, I bet. One driver's license was run during the report and was listed as A blank R, short last name. The vehicle was crashed and had extensive front end damage. Yeah, we know. The registered owner of the vehicle was determined to be A G, long last name. It's unclear who contacted G at the time of the report, but the determination was made that the vehicle was of no interest to the investigators. The information provided by EPD is attached to the case. Well, good thing they provided this information, and they attached it to the case of why y'all determined it was of no interest to the investigators, because apparently you never identified who owned this vehicle, why it was there, or if it had any relevance to your case. There, Brett Payne and the defense, I'm sure when they received this discovery response, were very unsatisfied with the response. And they very well should have been with what I'm going to tell you next and show you next, because I believe that this Elantra right here is absolutely the last pass of the vehicle in the King Road neighborhood. And it's my final piece to the puzzle, y'all. Here we go. Okay, so first of all, you're all familiar with these folks. And this is why I say this is so scary, y'all. This is not frat boys. But when you look at the Gill cell, the ones I often talk about is Bryson, Michael Slocum, and Isaac Cervantes, right? But there is a 4th person in the Gill cell, and that is 60-year-old Michael Warren. You can see he's a rough-looking old dude right here. All right, see Michael Warren here? And when you go over to the next cell, who the leader of the cell and the one they called the leader of the whole organization is a guy named Jesse James Bailey, right? Now, his wife is Candace Bailey. She goes by Candy. So you got Candy and Jesse Bailey. Now, where are Candy and Jesse Bailey from? They're from Steilacoom, Washington. And then you've got the Gill cell, which Gill and Cervantes is in Arizona. Slocum kind of lives with Gill, and he went back and forth between Arizona. Gill lived in Tacoma, but Michael Warren lived down in oh goodness, what's the name of the place? A Shelton. So they had a Shelton place they would store everything at, which was Michael Warren's house. But he spent a lot of time up there with Gill, and he would spend a little time close to Jesse and gang. So keeping all that in mind, and remembering this organization had been going since 2021. So I'm just going to paint a picture for you here. So let's say this organization had a 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that they used to, do things with. Well, at different times, they would have to put a different plate on that Elantra for people to be able to drive it around, and they would use their minions to do most of the driving. But who would provide the plates? Typically the leader. So they put their plates on that Elantra, send, say, Michael Warren out to, conduct some business. I want you to keep all that in mind as we look at this next lead. And just so we're familiar with the area here, you can see this is, let's see, see Washington, you got Spokane right here, Moscow, here's all Washington, and here's up here, it's Seattle, Shelton, Kingston, Steilacoom. So right in the area where the AF all operate. Okay, and you can see on this one right here, this is incident. We got Dustin Blaker, not Brett Payne on this one. And this is 10/28/37 on August 8th, 2024. Now remember, it's always been my contention that you had the Moscow PD, the Idaho State Police, assisted by the FBI, conducting the investigation into the unalivings. But then you had the FBI running a parallel investigation into the unalivings that they didn't let Moscow PD in on a whole lot, but they let them in on a little bit. So when we go to this narrative and it says, on December 8th, 2022, December 8th, 2022. Huh. Isn't this weird? December 8th, 2022. When was that in the investigation into the case, right? Remember, December 8th, that was 2 days before the FBI took the DNA back from Othram Labs, and then it magically doubled in size, and then they get to Koberger, right? So when we go to the transcripts of one of the closed hearings, we'll see where Ann Taylor was grilling one of the people in the investigation. And it says, well, let's put it between, well, when did they get the DNA to start with? Meaning Othram Labs. So they got the DNA November 22nd, I believe. So Othram got the DNA profile from Idaho State Police on November 22nd to begin their genetic genealogy. And when were they notified to stop work? When did the FBI notify Othram Labs to stop work on their genetic genealogy? I believe the notification, the official notification, was on December 10th, if I remember correctly. So the FBI contacted Othram Labs on December 10th, said stop work, and they were taking it back. So also on December 8th, I can tell you that is 1 day before, on December 9th, that the feds raided Gill's Shelton, Washington ranch. And that is actually the day that that person that was driving the Hyundai Elantra off of Gill's ranch, I believe, headed to Arizona, and on the way dumped that car in Eugene, Oregon. So it's just weird that it's December 8th that they were actually doing this. But I was asked to follow up on a tip submitted to the FBI from an unknown person in Kitsap County. The tip provided a male in his 60s. A male in his 60s was seen trying to entice children in Kingston, Washington. Terrible. And he was driving a white Hyundai Elantra with Washington plate, and then it lists the plate number, but it blocks it out. So let's make sure you follow here. On December 8th, Blaker was asked to follow up on a tip submitted to the FBI from an unknown person. We don't know who submitted that tip, but he was asked to follow up on it. And it was in Kitsap County. And in that tip, they said a male in his 60s was seen trying to entice children in Kingston, Washington, and he was driving a white Hyundai Elantra with Washington plate, and it gives the plate. The report also stated the male possibly worked or hung out near the Arco gas station in Kingston, Washington. The tip also stated the male had reported he was thinking of moving to Moscow, Idaho. Now, all that is, interesting in itself, but look at this. He contacted a deputy, Aaron Logdahl, and asked him if anyone had made a report to them from 2021 about an older male trying to entice children. So he's calling on December 8th about this tip that was made back in 2021. Now, Deputy Logdahl advised me they did have a report and stated the case was closed. And he did not believe they ever identified a suspect in the case. So they were never ever able to identify this person, which is weird, because if they called in a tip about a white Hyundai Elantra and they gave the plate number of the car, well, you would think that it would come back to the driver of the car and they would have identified him. However, if they called in a plate number and that plate number didn't actually go with that vehicle, and the people that it did go to didn't fit the description of a 60-year-old man, then they would have had trouble identifying a suspect in the case. And we know that's the case because the plate returned to and you're going to fall out of your chair when I show you this, the plate returned to a C or JB from blank, Washington. Now, remember, Blaker is going to know what is under these black letters, okay? The FBI is...
I'll say it before he even says it. A C or a JB? Let's try Janelle Braun. That's interesting. The man didn't even say it.
Going to know what's under these black letters. And as I'm going to show you, the defense team for Brian Koberger is going to know what's under these black letters. So don't overlook this one. Deputy Logdahl provided me with this info and then told me he would go to Arco gas station and do some follow-up. Deputy Logdahl called me back a short time later and told me he talked to several employees at the Arco, and none of them remember any elder man matching that description or anyone who drove a white Hyundai Elantra. Deputy Logdahl provided me with a report number in case I needed it. And then on August 6th, I received an email for discovery. That means the defense said, hey, we need that. They wanted an email for discovery on August 6th. Remember the one I just showed you was August 8th, where they wanted the Eugene, Oregon Elantra discovery. This is the little steps the defense was going in at this point. And it was asking if we had any reports from this tip. Once I remembered what the tip was and what I did with it, I realized I never called Kitsap County back to get a copy of the report. Well, isn't that interesting? He just didn't get a copy of it. So what did he do? On August 8th, I called Kitsap County and received a copy of Deputy Logdahl's agency assist report he completed for his assistance with me. So he got the report of the guy that completed the report for his assistance with him. And he also received a copy of the original report submitted to Kitsap County on April 15th. No suspect was ever identified in the case from Kitsap County. Nothing from this tip leads us to believe it was related to this unaliving case. And he turned it over to the defense. You see, I wouldn't expect anything less from Blaker at MPD. However, when you think about who else was investigating this case, meaning the FBI, and what they weren't telling the MPD, and knowing what the defense had to know at this point, this is where things get really scary, y'all. Because when you fill in the blanks of these names that the FBI and most certainly Ann Taylor and defense team would have known because they wouldn't have these blackouts, what this actually says is CANDY, Candy, or JESSE, Jesse, BAILEY, Bailey. Candy or Jesse Bailey from, look at this long word. That's Steilacoom. Steilacoom, Washington. And the reason that they couldn't identify a suspect back then is because Candy or Jesse Bailey are in their early 30s and they don't fit the description of a 60-year-old. And you can bet that it wasn't even a Hyundai Elantra that the license plate went to. So when you put the pieces together, and this came back to Candy or Jesse Bailey, and you look at a 60-year-old that was running around up here in Kitsap in a car with their tags on it, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that Gil had Warren running around, 60-year-old, making deals, driving their Elantra, and Jesse provided the tags for it so he could get around. The defense knows it. The FBI knows it. Now I know it. Now you know it. And that's why I say this case is being hidden from everybody's eyes because it is very, very dangerous. So as we dig deeper into all this information that's already come out, I am very interested to see some more of the information that's going to come out. But I do have a lot more information to bring to you on what has already came out, and it is unfreaking believable. I'll have another video out to you this evening, and we'll finish up July very strong on this case. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Post your comments, your thoughts, your criticisms, and until next time.
All right, there it is, y'all. Any thoughts on that, Eddie?
I do have to say, it's kind of on a different subject, but he does have a way of, he's got this knack of organizing and presenting the information, making it interesting, easy to understand. He includes, visual aids that are relevant.
Yeah.
The level of production is on another level.
Yeah, he's very good at that. I do agree with you wholeheartedly. I will say it's interesting that, especially with that license plate coming back to a J or a CB, that coincidence is just way too coincidental for me, considering Janelle Braun. Just saying. And he, I don't know. It's interesting. The last ones that he's done recently have been a lot more interesting than the stuff that he used to do, in my opinion. But just saying. Yeah,
and if he's wrong, he does correct himself.
Yeah, if he, when it's proven and so on and so forth, he has. I've seen that too. So,
just like all of us, we're just using the information that we have at the time. Nobody's batting 1,000. but at least many people are, himself included, open-minded enough, if a mistake is made, to correct it, to not,
Right.
maintain that he's the be-all and know-all of the case. So,
Right. I found something else. I just got an email on. Thank you. That is kind of interesting. I'd like to know who this person is, if it's true. It's sorry. Bear with me, folks. Don't hate me. Brian Etten came out and said, the title of this is "Where's Brian Koberger's knife? The witness who may have seen him hours after the murder." Sorry. So, out of curiosity, I figured, what the hey, we'll check it out. Mr. Troll himself can explain it.
Thanks so much for checking out my podcast. Please click to subscribe. I'm on my way to the airport right now working on a news story that I'll tell you guys about later. But in this episode, I'm really diving into where Brian Koberger's knife is. There are new police reports out that shed some clues about where the knife could be. There's also something that prosecutor Bill Thompson said that I think could indicate where he thinks the knife is. And then a very interesting question. Could Koberger's defense attorney, Ann Taylor, actually know where the knife is? Brian Koberger has never officially said where the K-bar knife is. There have never been any interviews with police prosecutors where he gave up that information. His attorney, from what we know, has never told police that information. But there are some clues. I'm going to give you evidence throughout this video. There are some clues as to where the knife may have been thrown and where Koberger may have thought he was able to hide the knife. And the place that I believe it could be is a place called Clarkston, Washington. It's 40 minutes away from Moscow. 40 minutes away from where the murders happened at 1122 King Road. It's 33.5 miles. And you look at the map, in Clarkston, Washington, it is where the Clearwater River and where the Snake River come together. There is a police report that just came out as part of this document dump from Moscow police. Remember, after the sentencing, after the gag order was gone, they began to release documents. And as part of this big document dump, there was this one police report that I want to read it to you, and then I'll kind of talk about why I think it's important. But the date of this police report is April 25th, 2024. So it's just last year. And it says, on Thursday, April 25th, 2024, and bear with me because there's a lot of redactions. The sun's starting to come up here in the airport. There's a lot of redactions, but it says, on April 25th, 2024, I received a note from MPD, Moscow Police Department reception, to call blank in reference to this case. I called blank, who agreed to come to MPD to speak to me. I spoke to blank in interview room number 1. This is a summary of my conversation with blank and not a verbatim transcription. I asked blank what made her decide to speak to me on this date. Blank told me her good friends had convinced her to come talk to MPD to make sure what she knew was at least conveyed to law enforcement. I asked blank to tell me what she knew. Blank told me that she and her husband went to the Costco in Clarkston, Washington on November 13th, 2022 to pick up new glasses for blank. Okay, so let me just clarify the dates here. So this police report is coming from last year. It's a woman who's coming in to talk to police about something from November 13th, 2022, but she's not coming in until 2024.
Oh, hey, Leslie. Surprised to see you in here. I didn't think you liked me. Wouldn't imagine you'd be here.
Keep in mind, November 13th, 2022 is the day of the murders. You know, the murders happened early in the morning. That's that day. So November 13th, 2022. So she says that she went to the Costco in Clarkston, Washington, November 13th, 2022 to pick up new glasses for blank. She told me they left Costco around 1400 to 1430, which would have been 2 p.m. to 2:30 in the afternoon, that afternoon, and drove north across Red Wolf Bridge. Blank told me when they turned eastbound on the highway from the bridge, she saw a man walking in the grassy area between the river and the highway. Blank stated she thought this was strange, as there was nothing for anyone to be doing there. Blank stated the man was walking eastbound and noticed her staring at him. Blank said the man looked up at her and then appeared to look down and avoid her gaze.
We heard this already in one of the reports.
That's interesting.
Welcome, Gordon.
Avoid her gaze. I asked Blank what the man looked like. Blank told me that she had seen much of the news coverage regarding Koberger, and that was what came to her mind. Again, very interesting, but that she was not certain he was the person she saw. I asked her if the man she saw would match Koberger's appearance, and she said it would. I asked Blank that the man was wearing. She told me she thought it was strange as the man was wearing nice clothes. That's the way she described it. I asked if business casual was a fair classification, and she said that it was. Blank stated she did not see a car the man was walking to and thought that was strange. Again, just think about this. This woman's remembering this. People have senses about things. You know, see something, say something. Something stood out to her about this. So Blank stated she did not see a car the man was walking to and thought that was strange. Blank said they drove away, and that was all she knew. Blank had drawn a map of the location. I booked the drawing into MPD evidence. On Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, so this started on April 24th. I'm sorry, 25th is when she came in. So now Tuesday, April 30th, 2024, so 5 days later, I drove to the area. Blank, this is the officer. I think this is Officer Payne, described by a different officer. The area Blank described as where she saw the man is not visible from the highway once you turn east off the bridge. Anyone walking in the area would have to be very near the guardrail, as the hill is relatively steep and drops away from the highway almost immediately. I called Blank back on Thursday, May 2nd, 2024, and asked her to clarify. Blank told me the man was on the hill, roughly in the middle. Blank called me back a short time later and told me the man may have been further east along the hillside. I will continue to validate whether or not Blank's recollection of the events is plausible. So something that stands out to me here is that obviously they thought, first of all, the timing is really, really significant, which I'm going to play you a clip from Prosecutor Bill Thompson, that they believe that that Bryan Kohberger was in that area of Clarkston, Washington on the day of the murders, after the murders. So the timing and location is really, really significant here. And it's obvious that police knew that when they talked to this woman, because Detective Payne, who was head over the case, went right out there to go check it out. So obviously, with the information they had about Kohberger being in the Clarkston area, and then this woman coming forward, even though it was, you know, several years later, they felt that it was significant enough for him to go out and look. Another reason this stands out to me, this police report, is because at the sentencing, I'm sorry, not the sentencing, at the plea deal, you'll remember when Bryan Kohberger first took the plea deal, you know, the judge obviously asked him the questions, he had to plead guilty, and they went through that process. But then Prosecutor Bill Thompson stood up and spoke for several minutes, where he went through some of the evidence in the case that we hadn't heard yet. The factual basis, I think, is what they called it. And he went through what they knew.
I don't know.
They
Let's see.
believed that Bryan Kohberger was responsible for the murders. And during that factual basis, and I'm going to play you this part, he spoke about Kohberger going to Clarkston. Listen to this. Morgan & Morgan is sponsoring this podcast. They are America's largest injury law firm. They're a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. In the past few months, they tell me that a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered them just $350,000. There was another case, this one in Pennsylvania. A client was awarded $26 million. That's 40 times the insurer's offer. So even if you think your case isn't worth millions, you can still start a claim. They make it really easy at Morgan & Morgan.
Actually seen with this car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there.
So will we ever know if Kohberger actually threw the knife in the river in Clarkston? We may never know. Kohberger may never say anything. His attorney may know, which I'm going to get to later in this episode, which is something that I didn't think of, but I interviewed Mark Garagos, which I'll get to in a second. Also interesting is at the press conference after the sentencing, we learned through documents that there was a shovel that was also found in Bryan Kohberger's car, which they found significant. They did all sorts of testing of soil, trying to figure out could the shovel have been used to bury the knife. This is what the detective said at the press conference.
There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. You know, everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could. But the reality is, we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it.
So again, we may never know officially where the knife is, where the K-bar knife is. Perhaps at some point, Bryan Kohberger will tell someone. I was thinking, could he tell an inmate in jail? And then they pass that information along at some point. But based on what I saw when I went to the maximum security jail or prison in Idaho, I don't think he's going to have any contact with inmates for a long time. I toured the prison, and I think he's going to be in essentially solitary confinement for some time. Not so much because they're worried about him being a risk to others, although they may be worried about that. They have to do an evaluation. But I think because they are worried about him being hurt by someone else. So in terms of him blabbing to another inmate, don't see that happening anytime soon, because I don't think he'll have contact with other inmates. Also, just based on what I've heard about him and his time in the jail, both in Ada County and Latah County, doesn't strike me as someone who spoke to other inmates very much. There was that one incident that we learned about in the police report where he was on the tablet with his mom talking, which he talked to her for hours.
Welcome, Sage. Thank you for joining us.
Some of these reports, and he did get mad at another inmate because he thought that that inmate was either making fun of him or his mom. But besides that, I haven't read about any other interaction with inmates. And the sheriff in Latah County told us that he was quiet and didn't have much interaction with other inmates. So my point is, I don't know that he's going to just start talking to other inmates and tell them where the sheath is. I'm sorry, where the knife is. But I want to play for you my conversation. I spoke with Mark Garagos, obviously famed criminal defense attorney, about what he thinks about whether or not we will ever know where the knife is. In his experience with clients, do they come clean about things later after a plea deal, later while they're in prison? And also, this was really interesting, also why he believes that Ann Taylor likely knows where the knife is, and does she have any obligation to ever say anything about that? Listen to my conversation with Mark Garagos.
Mark, a lot of people are wondering, will Bryan Kohberger ever tell anyone where the knife is? The knife sheath was found in the house, obviously, with his touch DNA on it, but no one knows where the knife is. Do you think at some point he would tell someone?
One of the first things, it's funny you asked that question, because one of the first things that occurred to me, and this has happened, I mean, you can Google and probably find this. A lot of times, the way that people who are accused of these crimes get the death penalty off the table is they give a full and kind of complete accounting, if you will, of the details that either.
Listen, guys, I don't want anybody getting confused or. Hold on a minute. I don't want anybody confused or upset by anything you're seeing in the chat, but I'm fed up, folks. For those of you that don't know this, and hold on 1 minute. There's people that come in here. I don't like fake people, folks. I'm always real with everybody. I'm not fake, and I don't do drama. Okay, and I treat everybody in here like as amazing as I can. I always have. So when I visually see for myself people that come in here pretending to tell me how much they like me and respect me and support me, in another channel talking absolute nothing but mad shit about me and agreeing with other people that are doing it, and then come back in here and pretend to be my friend, that bothers me. Okay, it does, because I don't do that to any. I would never do that to somebody. Whether you agree with me or not, that's fine. We don't have to agree, but don't talk ignorant things about me and things that are known to not be true, and then attack other people in my community. Okay, we don't do that here, and I will not put up with that. So that's what this is all in the chat was being talked about. That's why. My apologies if it bothered anybody, but I'm just not going to sit here quietly anymore and take this shit, because I don't need to. I treat everybody with more than respect. I care about people that come in here. I always have. And for somebody from one day to the next to flip over on me completely and start calling me this, that, and everything else is just not the way I roll, folks. So that's all I'm saying. My apologies for interrupting. And if there's any misunderstandings, that's why, folks. So I just want you to know that. That's all. My apologies.
Or the victims or the prosecution wants. And it just seems, and I understand both from a public standpoint and also from the victim standpoint, it seems anticlimactic that there isn't that kind of a download. So I don't know if at some point they're kind of holding that close to the vest. There's going to be some other argument later on that's made, or what. It doesn't make sense to me that if in fact, and you've been reporting on this, so you would know, if in fact his lawyer went to the prosecution and said, is there a deal available that would take the death penalty off the table, why the prosecutor didn't say, well, I'd probably need a proffer or a full and complete download before I agree to that. Why wasn't that done?
And the prosecutor has said the reason is because how could we ever trust what Kohberger says? And we got the guilty pleas going away for life. It doesn't matter.
Well, can I give you the answer to that?
Yes.
The first thing I would have said, okay, Mr. Prosecutor, the only way that you get this is if you prove something that corroborates it. For instance, where is the knife?
Right.
Tell me where it is, and then go search. By the way, in other cases that I was just thinking about, they will say, show us where the remains are, and we will do it, provided you show us where the remains are. They could have done a conditional kind of a plea. They could have said, okay, we're going to take the death penalty off the table. We're going to sign an agreement to that, but you have to tell us where the knife is and or how you disposed of it, or anything else that would have given us some kind of corroboration or some kind of closure. I understand, that, and you would know better than I, because like I say, you're in the weeds. You've been kind of you're the DNA of this case, pun intended. There is a split amongst the victims, some not wanting the death.
Okay, unless you guys want to watch this, I'm done. It's relentless to me to watch it. It still makes no sense, so whatever.
Yeah, I'm done watching it. And Canine Captain Jules was right. It is reckless to even suggest that Ann Taylor knows.
Yeah.
That's just going to, stir up the angry mob.
And it would have came out. It would have came out, I think, long time ago. Just saying. So yeah. Yeah, and that's a good point. It's all bullshit. So yes.
Yep. This is just another example of what we've been seeing all along. It kind of ties into how we began our discussion this morning with the propaganda. All this unsubstantiated bits of disinformation that's purposely put out there. Brian Anton, he's the same person that way back during this case, he says that there is a connection to BTK, at some point along his reporting.
More propaganda. Just as much as they've said Ted Bundy, BTK, all sorts of things they've said to let this roll. They should be held responsible, in my opinion. I think they should be held responsible for, like Bill Taylor himself said it in his interview, that people like this and like Smashy Trashfield and Aunt Disgraceful Nancy and all of that, okay, that they're responsible along with YouTubers that are guilters, he said, as well as other platforms, I should say, that have made up scenarios and hearsay and rumors in regards to this that people have taken and ran as facts. This guy right here, Brian Anton, okay, is the one that made a statement that was found to be untrue, that the entire world ran with it for up till now. Ashley's still doing it, about him saying, has anybody else been arrested yet? That came out of his mouth, nobody else's. The attorney didn't verify that, nor did anybody else. So they create their own narratives, and it helps them to do their job. It's sickening. So I used to like Anton way back when Gabby Petito happened. I liked him, and as I've seen these people progress with this case, it's disgusting. It truly is. And I hope that you sleep every night, all of them. I hope they sleep well when they get their paychecks, knowing what they've done, tearing apart the life of a person that very possibly is innocent in this case.
One last quick thought on this, and this is something I think everybody knows, but the reason why the state does not ask him about the location of the knife is because they know that he wouldn't know.
He wouldn't know it. Exactly. That's why they didn't ask him any of that stuff, in my opinion, Eddie. That's why they didn't ask him to allocate. I hope I said it right this time. Allocute. Sorry. I knew I didn't say it right. Sorry, Tanny. But I know that, I believe that's why they didn't make that mandatory, And why they didn't ask him to, because they knew that he was not going to have an answer to it because he wasn't there. And I truly do feel they know he wasn't there. Sorry. That's just my opinion. Welcome, Diane. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Ann Taylor, and I could be wrong. I mean, this heat has really warped my thinking. Is an officer of the court. If she knew where that knife was, she had to go, hey, I know where it's at. I mean, you know, she can defend her client all day long. She can't hide evidence, and she cannot lie. Like, Santa.
You're right.
And the fact, you're right. The reason they did not put that in there or anything else, like, who was first, blah, 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 any of that, because he wasn't there. He doesn't know. So, there was no need. I mean, what was he going to say? Well, let me see here. And go, yeah, I threw it out by a trash can on so-and-so road. And they all go look at it and it's not there. I mean, you can't tell somebody something if you don't know the answer. And he doesn't know.
I agree. I do agree. Yeah, and you wouldn't know the answers if you weren't there.
Now, see, if I was him, I would have looked at Bill Thompson and said, well, dude, you and I buried it.
Yeah, right. Why don't you tell them where it's at, Bill? Your people know.
I swear to God, I would have just looked at him and said, well, Bill, you and I mean, I went with you, but you buried it,
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
tell me.
Bobby,
I'm
what's
probably
up?
gonna go
Good
to hell.
to see you, buddy.
I have the warped thinking process.
Nothing wrong with that. Well,
It's
that's true too, that she is bound, and that's what she said in her statement. She's bound by attorney-client privilege, so she can't say something unless it's from what I read this morning, unless it's going to hurt somebody or it would hurt him physically. So that's why she can't. But there's that. But still, very, very, very interesting.
I want to throw out there, I need a GoFundMe for what this case has done to me. I need some therapy. I think $125,000 will do it.
For healing, sure.
Yes.
I understand. Noelle's in the house. Welcome, Noelle. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us.
They had to get this wrapped up quickly.
Red hot. Welcome.
Financially, it was the university plays not just the financial part in the town. Scott Green,
Well, I'm telling you right now, the interview that I watched today, I don't know why this has stuck with me so bad, you guys, but it really is. Really bad. Really, really bad. Anybody that thinks he is innocent in here, Red, that's okay. If you don't, you're still welcome in here, and you won't be damned for saying that you think that he's guilty. I promise you it's okay. What was I going to say? Oh, the interview that I watched this morning is, like I said, the JLR did with that Alex guy, the former inmate in the prison that Brian's in. When he made that statement, folks, it stuck to me. I keep repeating it in my head again and again and again and again, that Moscow's connected. And then he froze, stopped, and said, that's where I'm going to leave that. I will not talk about that now. That made a big dent in my mind, okay? With everything we've seen, everything we know, for him to make that statement and to be that way, this is I guess, I don't know how to call him, not a criminal, but he was, okay? And he lived a criminal life for quite a while. He was in jail quite a few times. So for him to make that statement, and he had a fear look in his eyes, in my opinion.
he did.
It really interested me. It truly did. So I'm just saying.
I think I told you, the town I live, it's a small little redneck town, really. I mean, back in the 70s, it was just cornfields and, a house here and then 5 miles down the road, another house. It was just very backwards. But the the chief of police of Mooresville, they called him Kojak.
Yeah, you told us about him
Yes.
before, flying in the drugs and stuff.
Yes, I remembered the guy's name that was flying them in. His last name was Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to this day, people laugh about it because everybody knew, and the ones that didn't know, you could have told them and showed them proof, and they would never believed it because those two were very. There was another gentleman who owned Pat's Tavern. Those were very upstanding individuals.
Okay.
You know, I there's just, oh God, there's just, and I worry about Pavarotti. He's right. He is correct. I'm not going to deny that. Yes, it's dangerous, but him putting names out and pictures.
Yeah, and if that's the thing is if you're right about this and you're really taking a chance, in my opinion, and it can be dangerous. I would agree, very much so. But
I just hope he knows.
he doesn't seem to be worried about it. I'll say that much for it. But
Well, hell, he could be like Brian, a ghost killer. So maybe he'll. It just.
I don't want to see anything happen to anybody, just for trying to bring truth forward, But that it could be dangerous, is all I will say. That's very true. Because even if he wasn't right, the people that he's naming, if they're involved in anything they shouldn't be, they could still be very dangerous. And you saying their name, that could cause problems, in my opinion. That's all. So
Yeah.
I hope he's being careful. I'll say that much.
Yes. I messaged on his videos. I'm like, dude, do you realize what you're doing, right? So.
I'm pretty sure he does. He doesn't seem to be worried about it.
And that's interesting to me, that he doesn't seem bothered by it.
Some people are just like that. They don't seem to fear anything. You know what I mean? So, understood.
Well, we seen what they did to 4 individuals. I would be going, you know what? Some Martians come down. They were green. They were 7 foot tall, skinny. That's what happened. I would not be putting names out.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like, even if they're not involved, okay, you don't know who those people truly are, and what they've done in their lives completely, and what they could do. And I wouldn't take that risk of doing something like that without having absolute positive proof of, you know what I'm saying, to make an accusation like that. It could be dangerous to him. Like I said, whether what he says is true or not, it still is not a smart move, in my opinion.
And like I said, I'm very. It's piqued my interest. When he started going down that road, I thought, and then when I thought, well, he's not putting any names out there. There's no pictures being shown, no big deal. And then the next damn day, he's giving out names and pictures. I'm like, what the hell? What are you doing? So, and he knows.
Yeah.
He knows things that isn't just out there to know. So I do hope he's very careful.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to see anything bad happen to anybody at all. But I agree. I hope he is definitely being careful.
And who's disrespecting you, Dago? Who is it?
Nobody. There was somebody in here before that made a lot of really nasty statements in other channels about me and some of the other people within our community and our crew. And that's fine, but don't come in here trying to pretend like we're friends, because we're not. And they were here before, and I always treated them with respect and as best as I could, like I do with all of you guys. And it really, first off, it hurts my feelings first, but secondly, most importantly, I don't like fake people. I hate fake people, truly. If you don't like me, then don't like me. That's fine. But don't come in here pretending like you like me when you're over here telling everybody else how much you hate me.
That's two-faced shit.
I know, and I don't like
yeah.
that at all.
No.
And that's
Who
all
is
I
it?
was making a statement for. My mods doing what they're supposed to do, making clear statements and so on and so forth.
All
Just
you gotta
being
do
real.
is
That's all
give
it's
me
about.
Give me a first name. Who is it?
Oh, she's not here. I'm not going to do that. It's not worth that. But it's done. It's dealt with. They dealt with it, and it's over with. But
You are the only creator I have seen so far that, whether somebody agrees with you or not, you show them respect.
I
And,
try. I try
you know,
until I can't. Right.
Now, see, I'd go post along on because I'd be like, "Hey, motherfucker," you know.
Yeah. Well, 25 years ago, I would have been that person, but there's no point in being that way. Life's too short. And I treat
Yeah.
everybody the way I would want to, and then some, especially the community that comes in here. I've always been that way. So,
And I'm serious. I need a GoFundMe. This case has drove me insane. I need what did Dylan get? Healing? Was that what it is? Or whatever she
yeah,
called
it was for healing. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me, "Well, are you going to donate?" Hell no, I'm not going to donate.
Well, I don't think you need that, but okay. They say so. Whatever. I just ignore it. Best thing I can do. So this next thing I wanted to review with you guys, this will be the last thing we cover. And then I do wanted to show something that Scully put together for me. Before we do that, I thought it was pretty cool. He sent it to my Discord. Thank you, Scully. I just want you to know I saw it, and I think you did a great job as always. And I really appreciate you doing it, my friend. And then we'll go over this Court TV thing, and we'll be out of here, folks. Because this Court TV thing has some interesting things in it I thought everybody would appreciate.
Dago, I'm going to go ahead and hop down.
Okay.
Thanks again for having me up as always, and I'll watch and chat.
Anytime, bud. Always an honor to have you here. Thank
Bye,
you.
Diane.
Appreciate you, bud.
Mouth rose now. Shit.
Oh, hold on. What did I do?
We got music.
Hang on. I screwed up somewhere. All right, give me a minute. Sorry, I had too many tabs rolling. Yeah, Scully made this, said he made it for me and dropped it in here. So, and I love music. I absolutely love music. So I figured I'd show you guys.
Oh my God. It broke my heart about Ozzy.
Yeah.
I swear I thought he would outlive us all.
Right. Yes. Transformer Uplifter, welcome. Evil triumphs when good. Hey! Calm down. Good Lord. These two dogs are always fighting. All right. Again, Scully, thank you, bud. I like it enough that I want to show it to everybody. So let's check it out real quick. And then we'll go through that and get out of here.
Yeah. Let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, minding the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling chill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my intellect to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot. And they we watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, on is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Yeah. From the cafe to the crib, we all ride. There you go. The meatballs. To the last upload, man. Peace! Peace!
I absolutely love that. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I appreciate it, buddy. I may have to use that either on one of my intros or my outros. I love it a lot. Good job, brother. Appreciate that very much.
That is badass. That's cool.
You did a great job, dude. Great job. If you don't mind, like I said, I might use that on one of my intros or my outros. I love it. Very fitting, and it's a little bit more upbeat. Scully, Chi made that for Who Just Asked. Good trouble. This guy right here on screen, he did it. Good job, brother. Appreciate it very much. It's mine.
Cool,
I appreciate that. I get a little new intro video to go with it. Hell yeah, I love that. The lyrics are on point, like perfect.
So do you make songs for, everybody if they ask or don't ask?
He may. I don't know. He may. And real quick, though, I want to thank, before I lose it, Miss Cat K dropped 1, 2, I think I just saw 3 new memberships. Let me check and see who they are real fast, guys. Scully, that's awesome, dude. I really like that. Stuck now. My wife was in the other room dancing to it. Where did it go? Hold on. You know what? We're at that point. We don't need to even do that today. Hold on. Where are they at? Miss Cat. Whoa, chat was flying. Hold on. Let me catch this real fast. You guys. Sorry. Where'd they go, Miss Cat? Come on. I can't tell who got them now because I can't catch the chat. Whoever got those 3 new memberships, thank you so much, Cat, for that. God bless. It's so very, very generous of you. And I appreciate it very much. Very, very much. Amazing. Congrats and welcome to the sauce. We got 5 new meatballs in the sauce. Very cool. Very, very cool. Welcome, guys. It is cool as hell, dude. I loved it. You did an amazing job. And Chipmunk just dropped 5. Uh-oh. Amazing. There we are. Chipmunk looks like Just Beth received him. Summer Jade, J. Marie, Lost Space, Wayne Kersey. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. We got 10 now. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Now I see one. Gretchen Weddle got one from Kat. Christine or Robertson received one from Kat. And so did Miss Jules. Captain Jules got one as well. Congrats to all you. Welcome to the sauce. And I appreciate you guys so much and so for being so very generous. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. God bless.
He's on that. He's on Outcast chat, isn't he?
He works with Outcast, and yeah. In fact, I think there was a link to one of Outcast videos in there too.
Oh, cool. I'll hit him up tonight.
He's the one that made all the babies of us all too. Him and Outcast. If you didn't.
Well, that's cool as hell.
Yeah, very talented, in my opinion. That's why I wanted his link dropped earlier. Oh, sorry about that. What'd you say?
Can you make one of Bill Thompson crying? I don't.
Probably could.
Like I said, my friend, he swears that Brian will get out of all of this because of how it was handled, and Bill Thompson, what do you call it, prosecution?
Prosecutorial misconduct.
Yes.
Uh-huh. I do agree.
Knowing that there was zero evidence. You know, like I said, when Brian stood up and said, yes, I just knew Santa was going to jump up on the table and go, ha ha, we won. We had no proof.
I agree.
He said he did it. You know, I mean,
I agree.
that cannot be our justice system.
Right. Well, that sadly seems to be what what they're dealing with in Idaho. And again, I heard that interview today. That gentleman is from that area, lives in that area. Granted, was a criminal, but has said that there's been things going on there for years and years and years, talking about the sniper and I think it was something Lee from that area. A lot of stuff has happened in that area, and he said it's normal here, that people just accept it at this point. And I said that's not good. So, good gracious, Miss Cat dropped 5 more, and it looks like LA received 1. Vix Logic, Sergeant Friday. Well, there's that. Pappy Man, good for Pappy. He hasn't had one in a minute. Congrats. 15 new members. That's amazing, guys. That's amazing. Congratulations to all of you. And thank you so much, Kat. God bless. Absolutely amazing.
Did you hear they got the devil, what was it, Devil's Den?
Yeah, they got a hold of him finally. Thank
He was
God.
an elementary teacher.
Yeah, that's pretty scary, don't you think?
I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, guys, drop Outcast link in here too. He may come on late, but I still want people to support him. So please drop his link, please, please, please.
And the Tennessee, before that,
Yeah.
they have a suspect.
Where they found the babies.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
that was sad. That's so sad. I'm so tired of seeing these cases. Thank you, SRB. It's just a lot. It's a lot. Yep. Outcast usually comes on 9 p.m. Pacific. Thank you, Alicia and SRB. You guys are awesome. And you guys got to check him out. I try to get over there as often as I can. He does some really cool stuff over there too, guys. It's always a good time over there. Thank you both. Jane Giori. It's okay. Welcome. Hemisphere, what's happening, bud? Yeah, please do. I don't know if you can. You're not really allowed to share things unless you're a moderator in the chat. But let's see. You can click the link like you're going to come on panel, and it'll let you go backstage, and then you can drop it backstage to where the private chat is without having to actually come up here. Yeah, he puts on a great late night show. I agree. Definitely a little bit different. That's a fact, but it's very enjoyable. Or you can email it to me if you want to, Hemisphere, that way. Thank you, Alicia. I was just thinking that. I don't know, Cat Lady. I've been following the documents other than the one that I shared yesterday or last night with you guys, which was the one that Hitler put out. Document wise, I don't think so. And as far as these reports go, if there's more than 314, they haven't dropped anything new that I saw yet. I'm following it slowly, trying to keep up to make sure nothing happens. Make sure of when anything happens. Sorry about that.
is Miss Potts getting? I think she said she was getting stuff from the FBI.
Yeah, she said she was waiting on that, but she put in a FOIA for different things and so on and so forth. That she's trying to FOIA the FBI. So we're gonna see what happens with that too.
She'll probably get a blank page and go, here you go.
It may be possible. Yeah, definitely.
Is it possible for Trump to give him a pardon?
I mean, I think he's the president. He can do whatever he wants. Would they do something like that? I doubt it. I don't see why it would.
Well,
I mean, unless somebody brings to him the fact that he believes in what he's doing, I would never see that happening.
Well, he gave the Chrisleys a pardon.
Yeah.
You know,
That was a bit different than a quadruple homicide, but yeah, I know what you mean.
there's just no evidence, literally,
Right.
no evidence that he did anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Molly, no problem. Molly put this together too. She wanted me to play for everybody, if we will. Or if I would, of course I would. Oh, hold on. Hold on a minute. This is something she makes and writes music too. She does all her videography stuff. Oh, okay, Hemisphere. No problem, bud. No problem. Just drop the link in there and I will in the back chat where it says private that bingo. Thank you. I got it. Good stuff. This one's a little bit heavier in a different way. It's about Ozzy Osbourne. She put together. She wants people to see it. So here we go. Check it out. You might want to turn down a little bit because it might scare somebody. It's kind of heavy, a little heavy. I enjoy it, but
Did you laugh right in the face of fate? Standing there at heaven's poison gate. Did you tell them all to go to hell? Underneath that final warning bell, the crazy train has rolled off the rails tonight, fading like a ghost in the morning light. No more tears are falling from the sky. The Iron Man's legend will never truly die. The curtain's down, the feedback starts to fade. The master of reality, his echo lives on. Did you see the writing on the wall? Did you hear that final lonely call? Did you bark one last time at the moon? Crazy train has rolled off the rails tonight, fading like a ghost in the morning light. No more tears are falling from the sky. The Iron Man's legend will never truly die. The curtain's down, the feedback starts to fade. The master of reality, his echo lives on. The diary is closed, the final page is done. The whistle blows a lonesome, chilling sound. I hear your voice, a whisper from the train. The crazy train has rolled off the rails tonight. No more tears are falling from the sky. The Iron Man's legend will never truly die. The curtain's down, the feedback starts to fade. The master of reality, his echo lives on. The crazy train has rolled off the rails tonight. The Iron Man's legend will never truly die. No more tears are falling from the sky. The crazy train has rolled off the rails tonight. No more tears are falling from the sky. The Iron Man's legend will never truly die.
great job, Molly. Amazing,
Yeah.
as always. If you're an Aussie fan, you know. Very, very sad to a lot of us
Yeah.
situation for sure. So just saying. And no, I
Legend.
didn't scare anybody, but some people aren't into that type of music. But just wanted to warn you ahead of time. That's all.
Legends never die.
No, God, no. Especially not that one. That man's work will be forever and embedded in the world. Period.
I thought, because, well, the concert he did where he was in the chair and
Yeah,
he wanted to stand up.
he wanted to really bad. He even said at the end of it he wanted to, but he couldn't do it. It scared you, Brian? It's okay. I think it was awesome. The way you put the collage together was great too, Molly. I love it. Yeah, they're an amazing family.
Sharon and Ozzy, you know, I hear people go, "Oh, I want to love like Rip and whatever her name is." I'm like,
Right.
screw that. I want Ozzy and Sharon. I don't think she's going. I don't think she will be alive. She's just broken.
Yeah, they do say people die from a broken heart, which is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I heard that she was sick too, so I don't know what's going on. I hope she's all right. I hope they're all okay. That's a horrible loss. Guys, give me one quick second. I have to grab something. I'll be right there. Hey, Carla, good to see you.
Yeah, she had I thought she had colon cancer or something like, which I could be wrong. Like I said, this Idaho 4 cases just drove me insane.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Well, anybody got any thoughts or feelings before we get out of here today?
Who wants to join me in the GoFundMe? I mean, if Dylan can get that amount, we can get twice that amount.
I'm here, Brian. Yeah, well, I'm good. I'm good.
Isn't there a victim, something through the prosecution for victims that who are traumatized? Which, you know, that's
Yeah,
trauma.
I think there is. I know what you're talking about.
Why? So what? So why did she need a GoFundMe?
No idea. No idea.
Yeah, it's like a victim fund or something. And I'm sorry, they weren't victims. They were not touched. No one chased them around. That we
Right.
know of, you know. I mean, she went downstairs and played on her phone. How traumatizing can that
Yeah.
be?
That really hurt.
I don't know. It's a good question. Very good question.
Oh, Dago, my grandbabies are pulling up. Well, I mean, my son. He's got, you know, because my grandbabies don't drive. But I got to jump down. I love you.
Have
Everyone
a great
good
day.
evening.
I'll see you soon. I might be in here later on too. For
Okay.
anybody that's bored later, I might pop in here later just to hang out. We'll see what happens. But take care, Diane. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, I might pop in here later on. I haven't done a couple. I've been doing the late shows lately because I've been busy, but 2 a day. So I might come in here later on this evening if anybody's bored and hang out. We'll see what happens. And I appreciate you all joining me. Eddie, thank you for joining me. Jesse as well. Yes, it is dinner time here. We're going to be having dim sum or pot stickers, rice, egg rolls. That's dinner tonight. So I'm excited. Some of my favorite stuffs. Let's see. But yeah, I may be in here later, like I said. So if you're bored, come hang out, please, and thank you. Thank you, Busy. Thank you, Cat Lady. It's 5:15. It's past our dinner time, so. All right, guys. I think I might have to use that for my outro tonight. Thank you guys once again. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change the thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, folks.
Let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, minding the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling jill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my inner lake to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot the name. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Yeah. From the cafe to the crib. We all ride. Dago. The meatballs. To the last upload, man.